Okay, I should be live now. Hi there, Uxum. Hi there, Bahamut. Hi there, Bootleg Gamer. Welcome, guys. But yeah, we're here now. Let's get logged on. Gotta do dailies and stuff first. Yep, we got dailies and stuff to do. And we might touch the new Doing Anubis stuff later. We'll see. Maybe. Okay. It was, something. The berry test server reminded me on how bad Fizz Lana is. But yeah. It reminded me how bad Fizz Lana is. She's technically weaker than Void Piercer for Fizz. If we ignore the Resignor, the slightly bigger Resignor. No, she straight up is weaker. Which is funny. I almost forgot about that. Keep in mind, Roslyn Altered Cope does more damage than, Berry Altered Cope. Sure, if you look at the Resignor, if you don't count the Resignor, she's weaker. It's complicated. Either way, it's kinda scuffed. Yeah. It is. And it's not even funny. And then Barry has no trait either. So it's just like, oof. She also got no trait. Either way, it's just awkward. But it is what it is. But yeah, we looked at the test server the other day. Okay. Any raid final trial? What's the saving grace? You gotta use Claudia, true. That is something, man. That is something. I see. I mean, I guess you do get Claudia's trait, but yeah. Gotta get her final trial and raid done. I see. I guess you can do that. Hi Tara, welcome, welcome. Yeah, but if you don't have that, well, you're just suffering. Just like the channel in the Discord is suffering. Yeah. Oh wow, I'm about to hit cap. Whatever. I can't believe I'm about to actually cap on the vitality. Well, there's gonna be 2 videos uploaded shortly on my YouTube channel. One tomorrow, one the day after. Wait, did they make Phelan tankier? I'm gonna adjust the volume. Because that is too loud. Gotta kill Phelan. Hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Why did so many people die, man? there. How's he lagging? I have 2 instances of ToF open given. Easier. Yeah, it's annoying. Just brute force it with damage 5 odd. Come on. At least this week isn't as annoying as last week's boss setup, I think. No Colton. So that's a huge plus. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Congrats on the 100 stream streak though. Gotta kill Chaos Mecha. Alright. Easy. Mm-hmm. Alright, cool, I'm not stam capped anymore. That was easy. Okay. At least I got Daily Raiden Final Trial done. Alright, what's the other dailies of mine? Hope Fleet, Gear 85, and then the Comet. This shit's kind of annoying because I have to go all over the place. But I'm doing it on 2 accounts. And when they don't line up, it's even worse. For the dailies. Oh. Showing up is the frog one. Claim all of that. Now I gotta go kill the comet thingy. Well, my ult needs Astral Hive. So, just give me a sec. Oh, come on. Got my alt dailies done. Now I gotta finish up here. Over here. There's the comet guy. Stop moving. God damn it. Look at as well with Barry. Her model is so short. Or so small. I was like surprised on how small Barry's model is. But I was like messing around on the test server. I'm like, what the hell? She's tiny. Right, like she was just super tiny. I don't remember. I did remember her model being so tiny. It was from the stream a couple days ago. But yeah. I'm pretty sure the test server is down now. But yeah. What do you mean, fun fact? No. Oh, wait, you're still in, so we can still check the test server? What the hell? Usually they close it earlier. What? That's odd. Right, because they usually don't keep it open super long. I guess because they're still on holiday or something. Hoppa staff is on holiday. I won't tell you how I know that. Oh, but yeah. So I guess that makes sense. If they just didn't close it. Because I thought they would have closed it already, because they usually they would have closed it by now. Anything else in there? Right, I did double check something. What the hell are people talking about here? Oh yeah, I didn't do join op yet. Like, wait, I forgot to do join op. That is so weird. Right, give me a second. Oh, damn it. There we go, I was just clicking on something. I guess we can go look at the test server again, but like, Barry looked super tiny, man. She looked super small on the test server. But yeah, let me get that opened up. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, let me get it booted up. And then we can go see the test client. Oh wait, first I have to close the other launcher. Oh, wrong button. I opened it. I accidentally clicked a different thing. Okay. Let me get the client booted up. Wait, what the hell? There's an update on the test client? Okay, the test client is doing a mini update first. Okay. And now it's applying the update to the test client. Just give it a minute. I mean, the launcher is updating. I don't know why. So you just gotta wait first. But yeah. I guess we could look at like one short thing maybe. What is this? A giant centipede that chases you while you climb down a huge hole. What the fuck?
Oh damn. What we have here is the world's largest centipede. Must be at least 100 feet.
Damn.
I don't think it wants to be friends.
Google Play actually let you refund? That's crazy.
Should be safe here for a bit. Or maybe not. This is a short indie climbing game where you descend to the bottom of a very, very deep hole. It's kind of like White Knuckle in reverse, but with a massive centipede hunting you the whole way. And I can tell you now, it's not easy to beat a centipede in a foot race. You do have this cool grapple hook though, which really comes in handy, if it hits the mark. Screw it, maybe I'll just hang out here for a bit. Idols of Ash is out now on HIO.
Okay.
And it's currently free for a limited time.
Neat. I guess. Okay, the launcher's updated. Let's see. What did you refund anyways? I'm just curious. It's down, what the hell? You said it was still up. I updated it for nothing. Okay, let me get Arknights booted. I updated the test client for nothing, man. Wrong thing. Why isn't Enfield opening yet? It always takes like 10,000 years for it to flashbang us. Okay. That's crazy. Usually if I've ever had to do that, I would have to go through my payment process through a different thing. I would have to go through like PayPal or my card when I've tried to do that. Because Google will be like, nah. Well, thanks for that clue, Kumaki. I need one more. Might as well just do that. Because I'm too lazy to keep re-clicking it. Well, she's shorter than me. Okay. Sometimes I get clues, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm clueless, just like you. Bruh. Okay. I'll transfer that job. Honestly, I'll tell you something. I'm too swamped with stuff all over the place to really feel excited for anything. I've been too busy with things all over the place. Some of it I cannot talk about yet. That it's like, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. Fair enough. Right. But like, I did hear they're gonna have like a stream or something soon in a few days or something. On whatever they're gonna do. I'm mainly just only paying attention to the factory stuff. I don't really care much about everything else. Because like, honestly, I'm just like bored while going through the story. And I don't care for the combat in this game. Oh, that's right, Death Stranding 2 got the PC port recently. Yeah, that did come out like last month. And there are like other games I want to go play, but no time. Oh, can I get a wooling? Where is my wooling? Where are the wooling jobs? Evil year long, exactly, man. It's, something. But hey, at least it finally arrived. And like, the thing is, with the consoles, it's really funny. Because like, the price go up instead of going down. At the same time, what's funny was the last time we had a RAM shortage and had RAM prices hit as high as they hit right now, that was roughly 10 years ago, when India was finally slowly getting a lot of like internet rolled out all over the place and all their infrastructure being built out. There was a RAM shortage, and like, it would literally cost like $200 for 16 gigabytes of DDR4. I remember it way too well because I was building a DDR4 based system around that time, my old PC. And I remember RAM prices being absurd. It's similar to the current prices right now, it's just on DDR4 instead of DDR5. But, yeah. And like, what's funny is around that time frame too, Sony released the PS4 Pro, and the PS4 Pro ended up being the same price as the PS4 was when it launched. Microsoft did the same thing with the Xbox One and with their Xbox One X. I remember that. And like, those consoles, the base models were like down to $200. So like, they went down by half their price, you know, a little more than halfway through their life cycle or whatever. Meanwhile, you know, so at least it's like for the same price, you got a better console at least. And keep in mind, it's during a similar time frame then. Meanwhile now, it's just like console price goes up, but console didn't get better. If anything, it got worse. Right, Sony freaking solely cheaped out on the materials on the PS5 by changing the materials, as well as shrinking the heatsink. Right, and then they raised the price, they removed the disk drive, changed the disk drive to a separate add-on you have to buy separately. So you end up getting less while paying more. Actually, what I don't understand is why doesn't Sony just get rid of the base PS5 and only sell the Pro? They're wasting their RAM chips producing the base PS5s. They're wasting it. They should have just like stopped. And like just discontinue the base model. Because it's a waste of resources that they have so little of.
High risk target detected. Stay calm.
Yeah, well, it's still dumb, man. Keep in mind, it got cheaper to make, but they raised the price too. The fucking retards are buying it. I swear, man. Like, as much as we'd like to hate on Nvidia, at least, you know, for the same price of as a PS5 back when it released in 2020, you could have bought an RTX 3070. But if you didn't spend the money back then, for the same price of a PS5 today, actually a little bit less than that, you can buy an RTX 5070. Like, here's the thing, right? The 5070 is at least upwards of 80% faster than the 3070. And like, even reviewers were saying it wasn't the greatest, you know, improvement generation over generation, and the price isn't great either. But at least the value proposition is still a net positive for the price. Meanwhile, PS5 price go up, but it got worse. Which is just really fucking dumb. But yeah. Okay. Let's get these delivered. Like, everything's going crazy, man. Everything is ridiculous. Technically speaking, SSD prices today aren't as bad as it was in 2016, 2017. They're not as bad as it was back then yet. But the difference is, at least back then, in those times, you could actually find them in stock. The pricing is terrible, and you can't even buy it because they're not even in stock. That's the difference today. Because I remember, like, back in, like, 2017, I bought a 1 terabyte M.2 drive. It wasn't even, an NVMe drive, it was a SATA drive. It was the MX300. It was, that was like $470 or something Canadian. That was back in 2017. A 1 terabyte SSD. Technically, it was a 1050 gigabyte model. And I used it in a laptop at the time. And that was like... The price was... yeah. Yeah, the AI shit is... that bubble needs to freaking pop. The sooner the better. What was the good thing AI produced? What good thing? Because I still haven't seen a good thing AI produced. It's not the same, man. It is not the same. It's not the same when they're deepfakes. You need to have the old classic mixing, you know? Audio mixing and everything. Sentence splicing, word splicing and everything. It's not the same without it. It's not the same. Links don't work there. You have to set it in Discord. If you want to send a link to something, send it in Discord. They don't work in chat. But yeah, you can go put it in Discord. Let's see. Links are not allowed in Twitch chat. YouTube links don't work in either. It gets auto-blocked by the thing. The chat auto-blocks it. You have to send it in Discord. There's a channel for it. Just put in the React to section on my Discord. But yeah. Honestly, a Galeo double altered cope is actually really good. It's only slightly weaker than the meta comp. Only slightly. Very, very slightly. So... yeah, like that's the thing. It is very close. Do you not have Volt gear? If your Frost gear sucks, use your Volt gear. My Volt gear is my Frost gear, just like my Fizz gear is my Flame gear.
whatever comes next.
I see. Well, it's up to you, man. What do you want to do?
Bring it on! You're fighting me!
Let's go. I have total faith in you.
I shall bring it! Darkness!
Cozy up with gravity!
Fire of the oath!
Victory strategy, engage!
I mean, we can go back and I can show you after. I'll pull it up in like, in a few minutes. Let me just finish my stuff here, we can go, I can pull it back up again. Do I want to do that today, or do I do it next time? Okay, we'll do her story quest tomorrow. Let me just finish my dailies here.
I hate fools who like to micromanage.
Who do I want to gear?
Surprise! The hour of bloodshed is upon us. It's time to hunt!
She needs crit pieces, right?
Looking for me? You finally... The hour of bloodshed is upon us. It's time to hunt!
What stats does she want? Agility.
It's time to...
Agility, intellect, crit stats. Okay. Oh, that gives ultimate damage bonus. That's basic attack bonus agility. No, I'll give her a set piece. Okay. Oh, that was crit rate. Nope. Alright, let me just put it on the character.
Looking for me? You final. The hour of bloodshed is upon us. It's time to. It's a bit hard to move in. Huh? You picked it up for me, Admin? I'll take it then. Just sicuramente qualcosa che mi sfugge.
When is Mongol Stardive? Do I even have time for it? I don't even know if I have time for it, man. Things have just been very, very busy. Behind the scenes. I've been swamped with stuff all over the place. But yeah, like, that's just how things are, man. You feel like you need a big set of undersea cable? Oh yeah, for sure. That would help. I have no idea. The best partners for Rossi? I don't know. Your fizz setup, whatever you're using. The Pog Granny Chink, I think. Rossi. Maybe the Enmin. And then I don't know who you put in the last slot. I don't know. I don't really pay too much attention to the combat. Honestly, you don't really have to. Like, you really don't have to pay that much attention to the combat crap. You really don't. It's not worth stressing over anyways.
Looking for me? You finally.
Yeah, except it's Canada. Yeah, you won't see that for like another 30 years. If you're lucky. You know. They can't even make a freaking LRT line go between, like, go across one street and finish it in 10 years. They need like 11 years and they're only halfway finished a construction project for that shit. And it's like Pepega. It's so Pepega that one of the stops on the LRT line that they just recently opened in Toronto, you straight up have to climb the equivalent of a 9-story building to get from the LRT platform to the exit on the street level. I am not joking. I am not. I am dead serious. But yeah.
I hate fools who like to micromanage. Thank goodness.
Wait, did they get their website back? Did those guys like get a new website again? Because they had a website at one point and then they got rid of their website. Did they bring it back up again? Wireless electricity, you have no idea how terrible of an idea that is. How would you transmit this wireless electrical signal? How would you transmit it? Yes, you must construct. We need to construct more pylons. We need to construct additional pylons, guys. You must construct additional pylons. Ask the Protoss. Surely we could ask the Protoss. Yeah, except it's very, very low and it's not exactly anything you can use. Yes, it's a very, very low. And there's a huge drop off in terms of distance as well. Not exactly practical. But yeah. Hey, that's if you're lucky. 1 milliwatt, the 10 milliwatts. That's assuming you're lucky. Yeah, you're also assuming there's no other interference from anything. Oh wait, you could try forming those energetic beams. I mean, I guess, but then what are you gonna do with that? Use that beam, mount the cannon firing that beam on a truck or something to go shoot at something to power it. I remember like many years back, I watched this mecha anime where a bunch of high schoolers built a mecha, and like at the end of it, because they needed to fight a larger thing, but their mecha they built was too inefficient. Somehow, they had one of those, and they were just firing it at the back of the mecha to power it. And I was just like, wait, what? It was made by the same guys that made Steins Gate, by the way. Oh, I think it was called Robotics Notes or something. If you've seen that one before. They were like, oh yes, we need to power our mecha, so we'll have this giant truck fire a laser at the back of our mecha. Surely that'll give it enough power. They were just beaming the energy into the freaking truck, the freaking mecha. Okay. Do I need anything else here? Nope, I don't think so. It's not right now. Okay. Okay, we'll briefly switch back to ToF so I can show you the thing. Let me get it opened up. Alright, I'll stretch and hydrate while we get ToF loaded up. Alright. Okay.
The deep space is right ahead.
Alright. So we'll start with the Aglaia Cope first. Wait, it dead? Is it? Uh,
Deep space is right ahead.
wait, is it broken? Oh wait, is it still broken? Is it fine now? Is it fine now? Okay, good. Alright, let's get this done. Alright, so let's get it started. Alright, we're using a Void Research right here. Yeah, it's decent damage. Yeah. Anal matrices are maxed. But the other one is 4P0 star. Anal matrices are maxed. Right, 53.3G. And then again, these are 0 star. This is Helene. Oh wait, VP is max too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Part of the problem with the warp server is it's too time consuming. I don't have time. It's too demanding, man. But, I mean, like, I'm doing about the same damage with 4P0 star here versus Max the Void Piercer. It's very close. Right, and keep in mind, we get to use Helene's straight here, which is 18% versus Void Piercer's 12. It's very, very close. But like, yeah, Helene is going to be a little bit stronger if you have a equal. But like, here's the thing, right? How much of a difference is it? We're talking, I got 6% more attack, and then 12% more final damage that's additive to other sources. And considering we already have how much? We have 18 plus 25. That's plus 15. Any final damage here? 30. Plus 10. Plus 6. Right, so that's like 2.04 versus 2. Wait. Alright, that's 6% times 1 plus 0.26 plus 5. That's another 0.26 plus 0.32 plus let's say 10, let's say 12 from the food buff plus 2. Wait. Alright, 12 plus for the food buff plus 0.15 for resonance plus. Alright, how much else were we adding? Was it 0.275 for the drug or whatever? Alright, and then we just add plus 0.0. Oh wait, no, we have to add the other thing too. It's like what? Is it 30% from supercomputing? Whatever. Let's just say 2.5 divided by 2.44. Multiply that by 1.0. We'll round up 1.06. Yeah. That's true. Anyways, here, it's like what? 8% more damage? Considering thing. Either way, it's like, it's a very minor difference. Right, like either way. It depends on the source. Because the relics are a different source, it depends. I mean, it depends on your stats and everything overall, but yeah. Keep in mind, I'm only comparing one matrix set being swapped, and not all three. I'm only looking at one, not three. It's about 8% overall. Should be around 8%, 8-9%. technically it's a bit lower than that if I count my attack percent on my gear here. It's gonna be a bit less than that, but around 8% if I factor my attack percent here. But yeah, it's around 8% difference. And like, how much was I doing in at the 2 minute 30? Let me just double check. It was 52.13 G, 2 minute 30. So I would have been doing 56 G if I had the equivalent matrices. So divide that by... Let me just double check the double altered one again. It was 53.23. Or was it 53? Whatever. No, 52.3, yeah. I mean, 7%, 7.6% increase. Right, it's a 7.6% difference. It's very small. Right. It's a 7.6% difference. Running double altered here. So yeah. You can cope with that. Like, the cope is pretty good, all things considered. When it's that small of a gap, you know, it's fine. I'm cool with that kind of gap. Alright, where's the video you sent earlier? Here? We'll wait for the ad break to end first. Oh, you sent 2 of them. Alright, it's gonna end soon. Okay, that break should be over. What's this one? New standalone? What is this cat thingy? What is this? Oh, this is just AI generated crap. Okay. They're in the box and then the... Okay. And then there's this one. Caron... Okay. Sure. Just replace it with that. All attack percent and ToF is additive together. They're all the same source. Yeah, but like when we were talking about YouTube poops earlier, you know, I miss shit like let me pull up one of them as an example. Let's say this one, where they actually do sentence splicing.
Hey, paper made by hand is crap. It's like extension. The cover tooth, but the main ingredient remains
Stuff like
the same.
this.
A mammoth. Then workers place the cotton rag and put it on a conveyor, which leads into a machine that leads into a machine that leads into a conveyor. It collects in a bin ready for the next step called beating. The workers
Yeah, it'd be
work. This machine beats the workers into a pulp.
the machine beats the workers into a pulp.
Begin the beating. After 8 hours of beating, they may also die.
After 8 hours of beating, they may also die, depending on the desired
Depending on
effect.
the desired effect. At this point, the paper is 99 cents.
It was 99 cents.
Into a tub called a Hollander. No, a Holland is filling with water.
Holland. Oh no, the windmills.
Water.
But yeah, this
pours
thing
down
was
to soak the
13
back
years
as
ago.
Workers push it. Well, workers feel the pulp, but users feel the pulp. To make a sheet of paper, the Batman plunges a wooden mold into the mold. A sheet of paper
Yeah.
now lies on the felt, which he then covers with another wet felt.
Which he then covers with another sheet of paper, which he then covers with another wet felt, which he then covers with another.
At this point, the paper is 99% paper. They take the workers and hang them.
Did they hang the workers?
Today, wow, it's made. We'll give you aids.
Yeah, I don't think I
It's a
want
glider.
that.
Lol, spin the wheel. It's a combustion.
Right, people were doing this shit. No way I needed.
Pulling it to a press. The press presses. A worker steals them. An electrode welds the hinge to the case. Then a mechanic inspects the welding jar. Mechanized arms then place a tube and plate in the cake. The tube will hold the flint stones, and the plate.
But yeah, you get the idea. Okay. I guess we can do some of the reacts first for now. Let's see. Gacha games are not free to play. Let's take a look at this one then. Yeah, free to start is more accurate. Okay.
A big appeal of modern gacha games is that they are free to play. It doesn't cost you anything to download the game on your mobile device, console, or PC, and before you know it, you're immersed in a brand new world. Gacha games in the past were not nearly as fleshed out and as gorgeous as they are today. When Genshin Impact first released, many were in awe, scratching their heads at how in the world is this free? This beautiful game that runs well, is fun to play, and honestly, a fresh new take on the gacha genre.
How'd you miss
throughout
it,
the
man?
idea of free-to-play friendly, because I'm here to argue today that these games aren't actually free to play at all.
They're not. They're free to
How is
start.
that possible? You don't have to pay a cent to download them.
In the past, Nintendo would advertise their free to play games as free to start instead of free to play. I mean, it's true. Nintendo used to when they would announce their free to play games in the past, they would call them free to start, not free to play.
That's true, but this is why I like to describe these types of games as free to download, but not free to play. I explained this a bit
free
in
to
my gacha
start, not free to
monetization
play.
video, which you can check out after this one, but let's really dive into this. Gacha games are live service games. As long as they are making enough profit, the developers will
Yes.
continue to update the game with new characters, zones.
That's why you gotta get paid instead. Big brain, that's why you gotta get paid instead.
events, and more. On paper, that sounds great. You get to download this beautiful
Yeah, said grinding is significantly less efficient than working at McDonald's. Significantly.
free game and enjoy updates every 6 weeks or so. This is what the developers want you to believe. Unfortunately, there are many ideas that sound fantastic on paper, but once they are put into practice, reality strikes and we start to see the flaws. The first indicator of this is microtransactions. You don't have to buy these, sure, but they will make your life a lot easier. Perhaps make your time in the game feel a lot better. In gacha games, they love their time-gated mechanics. You want to level up your characters in Genshin? You need resin. If you run out of resin, you can use your primogems to get more. If you run out of other materials, you can buy the battle pass that will help you get some more. If there's a banner character that you really want, you can go to the top-up shop and make sure you get enough currency to get that character before they're gone in 3 weeks. However, us as players can choose to ignore all of those microtransactions, monetization aspects of these games, and just play them. That is what many of us call free-to-play players, but a lot of them don't realize that they are using a different kind of currency altogether.
time.
A currency that they cannot get back or make more of. Time.
Exactly.
If you look at the monetization methods in gacha games like Genshin, Wuthering Waves, Honkai Star Rail, etc., a lot of options available to you for purchase will save you time. Don't want to grind for a bunch of materials? Get the battle pass. Don't want to grind for currency to pull your favorite character? Go to the top-up shop or get the $5 pass. Don't want to log in every day? That's cool. You can simply buy your progress. You're exchanging the money you have to save your time. Free-to-play players don't have this option and therefore are spending loads of their time instead. There's a reason why the saying time is money exists.
Yep.
If you're enjoying your time playing these gacha games, then you know what? Who cares? Enjoy it. You're having fun and you aren't wasting your hard-earned money on it. It's when you start to feel like you have to keep up with the game that the cost becomes more relevant. When the fun factor isn't the same as it used to be and you're trying to stick out the dry patches for something more exciting later down the line. A few years ago, I was playing all of the big 4 gacha games at once, and it made me realize that it almost took me an hour to do all of my dailies and the little time-gated events in all 4 of the titles. My time was being eaten away, and that's time I could have spent drawing, making videos, or just doing something else. What was supposed to be fun was becoming a routine. Before I started my day, I'd do dailies in these games, but it felt less like I was playing them and more like I was doing daily maintenance on them. That's why
Maybe that's
even
what it
though
is.
I had fun with Wuthering Waves and Honkai Star Rail, I don't play them anymore. Time is valuable and there's so much else I want to do. Playing 4 different games was sucking away my time, and that didn't include doing their main quests, side quests, or character-specific quests. This is also why the sunk cost fallacy is so strong. Whether you spend money on one of these games or your time, quitting now would feel like all the money and or time you spent on the game would be wasted. Thus, you're in a never-ending cycle until the game will eventually EOS or end of service. Your time is valuable currency just as much as money is. This is why even though these games may appear free on the app stores, they really aren't. Even if you don't fold and spend money on the game's microtransactions, you are still spending your precious time. If you are an older Genshin player, you might remember one of the many boycotts surrounding the game. A certain group of players, mainly on Twitter, were trying to rally a fan base into boycotting the game by still playing it, just not spending money on it. Hate to break it to you, but this is not boycotting. Your in-game time is still a valuable metric to these companies, even if you don't spend a dime. The boycotts failed for various reasons, but this was one of the contributing factors. This was a quicker video today because I felt like this topic is a pretty straightforward idea. Let me know what you think in the comments, and if you enjoyed it, please.
Alright, good video. Pretty sure that's it, right? Yeah. Yeah, they've been playing it. Look at all the comments here. Yeah, I'll put the music back on. Alright, we can go read the comments. Right before playing Genshin, you played Japanese rhythm gacha game for 8 years. As a free-to-play, you only collect specific cards, best girls. Your collection is humble, but for someone who spent almost a decade in one game, when news of EOS eventual drop, so does my will of life. Okay. They've been playing it for 5 years, HSR for 3. You even have accounts for Uzi. Major time sink, that's why they stopped. Both of them didn't really appeal to me, and I saw the time problem coming right away. Never spent a dime. They enjoy playing these games though. Have they ever been interested in endgamer stuff? Okay. Alright. And there's just a bunch of people talking about this stuff. But that's... Oh, that's subjective here. I don't know, man. They stay longer and collect stuff. They can be expensive. You can't control the urge. Endgame is just a scam overall. You know what? Some of these might just be AI just taking whatever they read and then posting on top. Because that's like another problem that just happens all over the place as well. Like, that's also a possibility. You'd be surprised on how many, like, bullshit AI stuff you'll see replying to stuff, and it's so annoying. Like, as terrible as Reddit was already, it's far worse now when you're trying to look up information on very specific things. Let's say you got, like, some obscure piece of hardware or equipment that you wanted to troubleshoot or whatever, and see if someone also had the same issue or is trying to figure it out. Maybe you look on Reddit on a post on something. Yeah, over the past, like, year and a bit, it's basically become almost useless in some cases, because there's a lot of just fake AI bots on there posting fake information that is just completely worthless. I don't know if it's like that in the YouTube comments as well on some videos, but it might be. Because, like, yeah, that's the thing now. Or rather, it's been a thing for a while now. And it's, like, really frustrating. Yeah, the clankers are taking over. The dead internet theory isn't a theory, it's reality. It's not a theory, it's reality. Here, let me change category. We'll go do EnVtuber stuff later. Or do we just stay in ToF category, keep it alive? You know, we'll keep ToF category alive for now. Fuck it. Awful bosses and great games. What is this? I'll just randomly go through stuff here.
Click the link below if you want to see some amazing deals on some amazing games. What the hell was that?
I mean, basically, it just proves my stance on things on, like, fucking Windows needs to kick everyone out of the kernel. It's just a perfect example of why no application or game should be allowed to do what they do. It is the perfect example because shit like that can happen. Here's the thing, is that situation with Duet Night Abyss can happen to literally any other game with kernel level anti-cheat if someone got creative enough. Any of them can also have that situation happen. There's like nothing to stop it. And it's far worse when it gets to that far because it's already in Ring 0. Oh, it gets worse than that, because when you're that far in, you can do things that you probably shouldn't be able to do. And you can do things like create a bootkit, which is like basically, you know what a rootkit is, when it's just running stuff at root level access and stuff like that on your machine. When you can get that far, you technically could create and patch the actual BIOS chip in a machine and have it so that it would execute the attack before you finish booting into an operating system on a reboot, which is even more disastrous. But stuff like that can also be done, because if you have access to the kernel, you can actually use specific tools to BIOS flash a machine. It is incredibly dangerous, and nobody should be doing that. But yeah, it has a target on its back, but the reality is any of this shit can happen to literally any other game with this type of stuff. The reality is the only thing to really keep things as safe as possible would be to run everything in a container. So the reality is, the best place to play Windows games is on Linux via Proton. That's the safest way to play them. On Linux through a compatibility layer, since at least you get a little bit of separation. And if you've ever tried to play any game on Linux via Proton compatibility layers, your game is sandboxed, so whatever happens in there is stuck in that sandbox. And if you're basically running stuff that's designed to run on Windows, it will stay in that sandbox and it can't really escape. And whatever vulnerability or whatever exploit happens, it is still limited to inside of that sandbox. It won't leave that. And that is technically the safest. The problem is, a lot of these games still have issues with anti-cheat. Yeah. Honestly, here's my stance on age verification. I really sincerely hope all the politicians and all the retards out there who are pushing for that shit, I hope they get their information leaked and through a data breach or whatever on whatever service they want people to use, and I hope they get attacked and harassed to the most extreme degree possible. If someone freaking takes all their information and uses it to open a bunch of freaking bank accounts and shell companies to go drain all their money and do whatever the fuck with it, I hope that happens. I hope they get fucked in the worst ways imaginable. Because they deserve it. They fucking deserve that shit. If they want all that freaking stuff going on, they should feel the wrath of the consequences of it to the most extreme degree of what happens when your information gets stolen. I hope they get the worst possible outcome. All of them. That's my stance on that too. I want the absolute worst possible outcome to happen.
Old-fashioned boss fight. Boss fights are a pretty integral part of games. You know, they're that final test at the end of a level, or a roadblock to test what skills you've learned from the game's mechanics. They can be used for all kinds of things. Sometimes they can even be used as a joke, like that one guy from the Star Wars Jedi games who is just a normal stormtrooper guy in a hallway. Yeah, boss fights are in almost every single game, and sometimes they can be pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, there are a lot of bad boss fights out there. Especially in good games, there is an exceptional amount of bad boss fights in good games, and I don't know why that is. I mean, I guess they can't give all their attention to every single boss fight, especially in something like an action game, which is why the first awful boss fight in a good game that I want to talk about is Arkham in Devil May Cry 3.
Okay.
So Arkham is this guy who was assisting Virgil in opening a portal to the demon world, blah blah blah, a bunch of lore stuff. Well, he succeeds in this task, and you do technically fight him 2 times before his boss fight. He dresses up as a jester and is just a general nuisance. That's the whole boss fight, and it was only in the special edition for some reason. They weren't that great, but his actual boss fight at the end of chapter 19 is one of the worst boss fights in the game. I would argue it's the worst boss fight in Devil May Cry 3. He becomes this giant purple blob of just nothingness. You can't even make out what he is. He is just, well, like I said, you can't make out what he is. Like, what the fuck is that thing? And it's really hard to tell what he's trying to do.
That's what it is.
You cannot see his tells for his attacks. You kind of just have to wing it and just smack him and just hope for the best. And then midway through the fight, Virgil joins you, which is amazing because you've been fighting Virgil this whole time. He's your brother. He's, unlike Arkham, the best boss fight in the game. He's an absolute powerhouse of a character, and he's at your side, so surely this boss fight will be a breeze. No. Oh. Virgil makes this fight worse. He somehow makes this fight worse.
Damn.
When he joins you, he removes your ability to use your style move, which is a pretty integral part of your move kit when you're playing the game. So if you were using Trickster, for example, there goes your dodge button. You can't dodge out of the way now. Your B button is to recall Virgil. So yeah, have fun with that. It's just a god-awful fight. He also keeps going under the weird liquid below and summoning a bunch of these like purple eels that like circle around you. I don't know an efficient method of fighting these things, so I just pull out Ladies RPG and just hope for the best. That's a lot of this boss fight. That's all it really is. It's just hoping for the best. It's awful. I hate it. This is one of the worst boss fights in the whole of Devil May Cry, honestly. I'm not not even it's worse
He
than
nerfs
Nidhogg
you and
in
he
Devil May Cry
knocks me
5,
out.
and that's saying a lot because Nidhogg is a piece of shit. The next game I want to talk about that has a horrific boss fight is the Fug Leader in Ratchet and Clank 2.
Oh,
So
Ratchet
the
and
Fug
Clank
Leader
2, yeah.
is one of the main antagonists in Ratchet and Clank 2. He's just pretty prominent throughout the game, just summoning his thugs to just ruin your day and just be a general nuisance. You know, he's a bit of a twat. So when you take the fight to his home turf on
It's been a long time since I've played these games.
difficulty ramp. That level, despite being so short, is probably one of the hardest levels in Ratchet and Clank 2. It bombards you with enemies across every single like street. You get ambushed and locked into these force fields where you just have to fight waves of thugs, and they do a shitload of damage. But then at the end, you get to the Fug Leader, and he's in a giant mech. So you think, oh shit, you know, what are we gonna do? We're gonna activate Giant Clank, and it's gonna be like a one-on-one fist fight, like that one moon area earlier in the game.
Oh, yeah, that?
It starts, and you realize,
No.
oh shit, I'm on the street. Oh shit,
gotta
I
run
can't
away.
damage this guy. Oh, there's jump pads scattered around everywhere. I wonder why this takes. It takes you to a turret, and then it hits you. It is one massive turret section, and it is awful. It is so bad. It's very obvious that this was not the intended fight. No one in their right mind would intend like for this to be a boss fight and expect it to be fun. Like, you gotta be fucking stupid to think that. But holy shit, why was this allowed? Like, I would have much rathered like a joke boss fight or like a cutscene where Ratchet just shoots him in the face. But no, we have to sit shooting at him, watching his health slowly go down as he slowly approaches you, and then he destroys the turret, and then you have to move to another turret. That is the whole boss fight. I'm not exaggerating here. It is
Yeah, that
awful.
is pretty
if anything, it's a test
pathetic.
of patience, because after this point in the game, there's some amazing levels, but God, it just... Getting past this boss fight is such an endurance test, and I've done it way too many times to count. It's why Ratchet and Clank 2 isn't my favorite in the series. I know that's a pretty controversial opinion, but I don't know, man. Jesus Christ, this boss fight just brings the whole game down for me. It is so bad, and if anyone tries defending this, they're just wrong.
Oh,
I know
yes.
subjectivity is a
Ratchet
thing, but
and
like, this is
Clanker.
just... It's awful. I don't know what else to say. It's horrible. Who allowed this? The next boss fight that's pretty god-awful and is also a turret section, surprisingly enough, is Irving in Resident Evil 5. Irving is a nuisance. He's a twat. He's got a very funny accent.
How? I wasn't able to log in. I wasn't able to log into the tester, what the fuck? How were you able to log in? It wouldn't let me in.
Like it when he's on the screen because his accent is very funny.
I'm a businessman with standards.
And he's really ugly as well. I know that's kind of mean to
I
say, but like,
see.
they designed this guy to be like the
Oh, that's
definition of
why.
a sleazy, slimy prick, and it works. It works really well.
You
and when you
didn't
finally
exit out.
confront him and you
That's
back him
why
into
you're
a
still
corner with
in.
nowhere else to go, he injects himself with whatever the virus is in Resident Evil 5. I literally played it recently and I don't remember. And he has one of the most painful looking transformations in any Resident Evil game, and he jumps into the water and then it hits you. This boat has a bunch of turrets on it. That's right, you have to fight a giant sea monster, Irving, where giant tentacles come out of the water and you have to shoot them with a turret and do quick time events when he gets too close. That's the whole boss fight. Oh, and it's Resident Evil 5 as well, so you have to rely on your co-op partner being good. If they fuck up, then you gotta restart the entire fight, so yeah, it's not good. It's really not good. I don't even like Resident Evil 5 that much, but I can't deny it is a good game. And yeah, Irving's fucking awful. I hate Irving. I hate this boss fight. Resident Evil 5 has quite a lot of bad boss fights now that I think about it. Like that Ouroboros boss fight where the flamethrower is tied to the frame rate, and if you play it 60 frames per second, it takes about 10 million years to kill. It's just like the Ratchet and Clank 2 boss fight. It's just a patience test, really. It's so boring. The next game I want to talk about that has a horrible final boss is Yakuza 4. Now, I'm going to give you a spoiler warning here. I'm going to be spoiling the final bosses for both Yakuza 4 and Yakuza Kiwami. So, if you want to skip to the next section, there'll be a timestamp up on the screen, and I'll give you like a few seconds
let's
to do
go
that
see
if
the
you want. Okay,
spoilers.
we good? The final boss of Yakuza 4 is one of the worst bosses in the entire franchise, and I think everyone can unanimously agree on that. Right, I don't even like Yakuza 4 that much. I think it's the worst in the series. It's the one I had the least fun playing. I even preferred original Yakuza 3, even though the gameplay.
I forgot
is
which source
significantly
had
worse.
the
But I
spoiler
can't deny it is a
picture.
good game, right? It is a good game. It's got a shit story, but it is still a good game. It's a Yakuza game at the end of the day. But the final boss is just abysmal. Like, there's no... I can't sugarcoat it in this. It's fucking horrible. He's called like Seishiro Munakata. I can't say it.
You didn't
properly,
have
but
any
he's
qualms
this
with
old
spoiling the other
gimp,
one. Yeah, it's
right? He's an
true.
old dickhead, and he obviously
That is
can't fight
true.
himself, right? So he has about 80 million bodyguards with him, and he has a gun. So you get swarmed by these bodyguards constantly, and he shoots you. He shoots you from a distance like a little pussy rat. And yeah, do you want to know what makes it even better? The bullets go through the bodyguards. So don't stand still. You gotta listen out for him, and you also have to deal with a million bodyguards with a fuckload of health. Oh, and by the way, you're not playing as Kiryu. You're playing as Tanimura, who is dedicated to parrying one-on-one enemies. What the fuck were they thinking? The Jingu boss fight in Yakuza 1, right, he's got like 2 bodyguards with him, and it's an incredibly annoying fight because he also has a gun and just shoots you with the bodyguards, annoying the hell out of you. People didn't like that fight, so they took that feedback and were like, let's just make it 20 times worse for Yakuza 4. Fuck those guys.
They
Fuck-
make it
fuck
worse,
Yakuza.
yes.
Fuck the people playing it. I don't know what they were thinking with this fight. Genuinely. I don't understand why they did this. It's so horrible. I'm so glad I've beaten Yakuza 4 and I don't have to play it again. Because dear God, the idea of fighting that boss fight again, it gives me nightmares. The last game I want to talk about that has a horrible boss fight is Dark Souls 1. And you
Okay, Dark
already know what
Souls.
this is. It's the better chaos. The better chaos, no one can excuse the better chaos, really. It's just one of the worst designed bosses in any game ever made. I don't know what else to say. It is awful. It's horrible. Like, I don't really have much to add in the conversation with this. Like, it's such a bad fight. Like, fucking, it's a platforming challenge. It's not even a boss fight. You gotta make your way around the arena to hit parts of it. Luckily, it saves your progress.
If it was a
you
different
die,
game,
but,
it'd
like,
probably be
what the fuck
fine.
were they thinking with this? I know they were running out of time when it came to Lost Isolith, but like, what the fuck were they thinking? I would have much rather them just put another Asylum Demon reskin in this boss arena. They would have still got shit for it, but I feel like they would have gotten less shit. I know you fight the Fire Sage Demon. The Fire Sage Demon.
Fire Sage Demon.
I know you fight the Fire Sage Demon before this, which is also another Asylum Demon reskin. But
The
it
Fire
would have been
Sage
better.
Demon.
Like, even if it was 2 Fire Sage Demons and that was the boss fight of Lost Isolith, that was the Lord Soul, it probably would have been better received. Genuinely.
Okay.
I can't get over how bad this boss fight is. And there's quite a few bad bosses in Dark Souls 1. I can't lie to you. I love Dark Souls 1, but some of the bosses in that game are pretty awful. Like, Seath, for example. You can't even tell what's going on in that boss fight, but they do not come close to the better chaos in their shitness. It is actually, honestly, it's the worst boss fight in From Software history, and I don't think anyone can deny that. That's how bad it is. It is so bad. I actually lied. The last game I want to talk about is The Evil Within.
Okay,
And
another one.
That's the fact that The Evil Within has no bad bosses. They're all amazing. That's the bad thing about The Evil Within. You know, it's kind of set a extremely high standard for how boss fights should be. I'm just chatting shit right now. I'm gonna wrap it up here. So yeah, those are some awful bosses in really good games. I hope you all enjoyed watching, and you all know the drill by now. I just want to give a big shout out to Green Man Gaming here. Green Man Gaming is...
Okay, that's a key selling store. Cool. Yeah, they've been missing a great boss opportunity. Well, it is what it is. Loving Nintendo in 2026 is a humiliation ritual. Imagine loving a faceless corporation.
As I approach my early and dirty 30s, and look back at all the fun and exciting times I've had with Nintendo in the past, reminiscing about staying up late with my bros, sending each other silly and cute little messages on PictoChat, or
yes,
staying home sick
PictoChat.
from school, when in reality, I just wanted to play Super Mario Sunshine and terrorize the local pinatas with my flood. That's Fat Ludicrous Urethra Daddy Dominator for short. I've realized I've had an amazing time with Nintendo over the years.
Okay.
Nintendo really shaped the way that I view and consume video games. With all the Zeldas and the Marios and the Metroids, the Yoshis, the Kirbys. They really used to be at the top of their game when it came to creating these fantastic worlds my younger little gamer gunk brain could get lost in. I'll always look back at Nintendo with a shimmer of a light in my eyes, because it reminded me of a simpler time. It was just me and my little Game Boy against the world that someone stole out of my
that was
backpack
Pokemon who was
during a
playing on
track
that
meet
Game
in
Boy though.
elementary school, along with my copy of Pokemon Emerald that had at least 200 hours in it. Whoever did that, your mom's a hoe. But recently, I found myself thinking, they haven't made it easy to be a Nintendo fan lately. I think we're all
they're
just a
very
little burnt
evil.
out. It pains me to even say that because I grew up playing nothing but Nintendo games. I don't want this video to come off as me just bashing on Nintendo, because I think there's plenty of videos on the platform that are already doing just that. Instead,
Yeah, I know. I'm one of the few people on the planet that also owns a Wii U.
I do want to address the elephant in the room and why I'm just, for lack of better words, sick and tired of the shenanigans and disrespect that's been going on over at—
I mean, yeah, it's been a humiliation ritual for a while. A long while. But yeah, I remember there was like one picture I posted a long time ago where you could see my Wii U. We're going back. That's 3 years ago. I forgot how I made this. I threw it in some sort of a picture in something. This is a long, long time ago. Oh yes, I have this picture. I have both a Wii U and a PS Vita. Very rare devices there. Yeah, that's my Switch One, that's my Steam Deck. This was 3 years ago. That was when I got my Steam Deck. I took a picture of that.
at bustling Bowser headquarters for the past like 9 months. Hey, what's
Yeah,
up? I'm Big Hat Evan.
but it's still there in Japan, so the legal battle goes on.
If you're new here, welcome. If not, welcome back, Big Hat. I made this channel to talk about games and my undying love for them, and build a dope-ass community of people who also share similar interests. Now, I know I'm a relatively new channel and creator, but it would mean a lot to me if at any time during the video that you think I've earned it, if you could leave a like and maybe consider subscribing to the channel. I'm trying to get this thing off the ground, so if you could leave a comment about your favorite Nintendo games, I'd be happy to call you a fellow Big Hat. It would really help my small channel and help me stay motivated to do what I love to do, talk about video games. I appreciate it. Alright, back to the video. Watching my dad play through Ocarina of Time and Mario on the Nintendo 64 when I was just a little guy will be a core memory I take with me to the grave. And then, as I got older, I would borrow my sister's Game Boy when she wasn't playing. The one that didn't come with a backlight, so you had to bring a flashlight
yes,
if you
those
actually
ones.
wanted to see them.
I remember, I had one of those
then
too.
eventually, I got my own Game Boy Advance SP, the GameCube. Greatest console ever made, by the way. The DS, the DSi, the DS Lite, the 3DS. Nintendo really milked the fuck out of that thing. Let's not forget about the critically acclaimed Wii, which brought families together to play games in an entirely new and exciting way. Even the Wii U, that still is the butt of like every joke about Nintendo, but actually was a pretty sick console to play all my Zelda games on. And then, you know, eventually the Nintendo Switch. Need I say more? Nintendo had an absolutely banging roster filled with countless amazing games to go with them. I will always be a die-hard Nintendo fan. That being said, I can't ignore the blatant disrespect they've shown to their fans since the release of the Switch 2. $80 price tags.
Let's do put a quiz here.
Game keycards.
They're lost in the
bricking
sauce.
consoles as they see fit. The list goes on and on. I couldn't even recommend it to people who might be on the fence about buying this thing without tomatoes being thrown in my face, or getting my head shoved inside of a toilet after Wario got done using it after eating 5 entire bulbs of garlic, to go out and drop almost $500 on the latest and greatest offering from Nintendo. They've made it pretty clear that their priority is no longer creating these fantastic new games for us to explore and be immersed in like the ones we grew up with. If you've ever played any of Nintendo's games as a kid, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They've always had that distinct Nintendo charm, that unique Nintendo pizzazz that no other company can really replicate. Believe it or not, the terms Nintendo and polished used to live together synonymously. Lately, feels like their main focus has been to squeeze every godforsaken penny out of its loyal fans.
I wouldn't say lately, it's been like that for a long while.
The all-powerful fear of missing out tactic to anyone who's enjoyed their games in the past.
It's just that it's gotten a lot worse
really
recently.
Easy to throw shade at Nintendo since the release of the Switch 2. It's basically the lowest hanging fruit for any Nintendo YouTuber on the platform, myself included. But I'll never be as sexy as the king himself. If you search up Nintendo on YouTube, you'll see nothing but people calling out all of the despicable
litigation,
things they've forced upon their fans and the insane backlash they've received. And in my opinion, rightfully deserved. They hyped this thing up beyond belief before it launched. They basically had people spitting and shitting in their undergarments, salivating at the mouth for the opportunity to go out and pick one up to add to their collection of Nintendo products they've acquired throughout the years. Thinking about selling one of their kidneys just to be able to afford this thing. They promised 4K gaming, 120 Hz display, mouse mode for the Joy-Con.
And that screen is worse than the Switch 1 screen in practice because of ghosting. And the latency is so bad.
A bigger and sharper screen, better battery life, backwards compatibility, better online.
I wouldn't say the screen is better, I would say it's worse. Even if it's a higher refresh rate, it don't matter. When the response time is so much worse, it has ghosting issues. No, it's not rendering at 720p. It's more like 540p or 480p being upscaled. Let's be real. They ain't running DLSS performance, they're running DLSS Extreme Performance Max. Yeah, fun fact, with DLSS you can technically customize whatever percentage scale to upscale from. Surprisingly, you can get away with like running DLSS to upscale from like you know, like from like 200p, and it would still look okay enough in some games. Yeah, you saw that video, right? From was it? Yeah, 9p. What was it? Was it 3 clicks thing? What was it? Was it this one? I forget which video it was. Yeah. 3 clicks, Philips DLSS. Which video was it? Was it this one? Yeah, DLSS.
This video is sponsored by War Thunder. Should be revised following how much better upscaling has become. But maybe you think all this upscaling and
this is a 116p upscaled to 4K.
Messing about with ludicrous settings is pointless. Maybe you just want to use your PC to play games. Then check out this video's sponsor. Look, quite as good as native would. In fact, it does a very good job of becoming Forgot My Glasses simulator. The image was blurred. Side of the cart. It looks like a waterfall pouring around it. This is because it's a tricky area for upscaling. Like, just in case you were interested, compared with this.
It is
This,
very
for instance,
impressive,
running
yeah.
the game at 137 by
I mean, like this is realistically what a lot of Switch, wait, not that. Like 240p being upscaled is like not super surprising for like a Switch 2K. Considering Switch 1 games are running below 480p, in some cases upscaling from there wouldn't be too surprising for some of them. Yeah.
how low we can drop the resolution before that's no longer the case. In this respect, upscaling has become a victim of its own success, because people just take for granted many aspects of it that, were upscaling not a thing today, I think people would soon sorely miss. But I don't think it's any coincidence that it made its debut in the PC space alongside ray tracing, which is infamously demanding and increasingly so as the resolution increases. So upscaling wasn't invented with ray tracing in mind, it was done to help consoles hit higher resolutions. But upscaling has come in super handy in allowing for the transition to ray traced games long before the hardware might have been capable of doing so otherwise. And I really think ray tracing was a major reason for why Nvidia invested in DLSS upscaling so heavily. So I might as well show Cyberpunk, fully path traced at 4K, the holy grail of graphics rendering from now until, well, I was going to say forever, but it'll probably be until AI takes over everything. So running at full 4K, fully maxed out on path trace settings using a GeForce 5090, I'm getting a frame rate of 27 FPS average, which isn't acceptable. Even the most powerful graphics card in the world cannot handle this.
It cannot.
But using 1080p, upscale to 4K using DLSS preset L, suddenly I'm getting 83 FPS average. That's not just playable, that's really good. I'm not even having to enable frame generation to achieve it. Down to 720p now, and the frame rate rises to 111 FPS. The visual quality, I think, is still very good, because DLSS preset L is so great that upscaling from 720p still looks sharp. But finally, at 360p, the image quality begins to drop off dramatically, and the frame rate only increases by 4 to 115, because I'm now CPU limited. Evidently, the sweet spot is somewhere between all of these presets. I get that current graphics cards and previous generations will run with compromises, especially with DLSS presets.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, the best sweet spot for, like, this type of thing is, like, upscaling from, like, 900p or something. You don't really need the 1080p to upscale from to go to 4K there. You could probably do, like, 40% resolution scale, 40, maybe 45%. Technically speaking, if you don't want to compromise, so like here's the thing. If you're gonna integer scale, technically speaking, 1080p or 720p fits into 4K better than 1440p. Depending on how you're scaling it. Despite 1440p having more detail. Because, yeah. I know. That is true. We are just using DLSS. But like, I think if you want like the sweet spot for like performance in terms of frame rate though, since you're not getting that much more going here, I think you could probably push 100 if you just scaled it from 900p in this case. Okay, yeah.
But look to the future here, because future cards will be designed with the demands of preset L in mind, and performance will only increase with every generation from here on upwards. Eventually, no compromise will be needed. Upscaling won't be required, and yet I still think it would make sense to use it, if not for better.
Yeah. Back to this video though.
Online functionality, a new camera so you can see your friends while playing. This thing was going to become the second coming of Christ, the first being the original Nintendo Switch. But unfortunately, I've never actually seen a company fumble a console release so continuously. The golden child that everyone held on a pedestal, who once put its fans first, now plagued with controversy after controversy. Fans left with their Johnson out, wondering what to actually do with this thing. The Switch 2, and more importantly, the way they've conducted business since its release, has left an unrepairable amount of damage to Nintendo's image and reputation. They've made an astonishing amount of just downright baffling decisions since this thing launched. It actually all started when this thing launched, when they decided to price their console at $450. You know what, honestly,
500.
I didn't even have a problem with the price increase from the Switch 1. Don't get me wrong, $450 is a lot of guacamole to spend on anything, let alone a recreational hobby like a gaming console. But everything else in the world has gotten so ridiculously expensive, it didn't really surprise me when they revealed the price tag. Now, if that was the only blemish on the Switch 2, I think we could easily look past that. But oh, what's this? $80 for the launch title of
Yeah.
Nintendo's arguably biggest IP? Well, I don't like that one bit. But you know what? Maybe this game is genuinely insane. Maybe it's worth them being the
And it's
first
not.
company in existence to launch a game at $80. I mean, it's Mario Kart. I loved Mario Kart when I was 13, and now they have a massive open world with interconnected tracks to freely explore with all of my friends. And oh man, the races are now up to 24 players. That sounds like a crazy good time. Oh my god, what's this? They have a brand new Battle Royale mode called Knockout Tour? That's sick. Oh, the open world is completely empty, with nothing
Yep.
but a few P-switches to keep you occupied. All the races are just a straight line for 2 entire laps until you finally get to the course that you voted on. And you can't even play knockout mode with your friends who might also have the game. Awesome. Definitely worth
sounds
the
about right.
$80 I spent on this thing. Okay, alright. So Mario Kart might have been a bust, but there must be some other games that launch with this thing, right? Well, it came with the option to buy a tech demo, and let me repeat that.
Yeah, you had to
tech
buy the
demo
tech
for
demo.
$10, which is essentially an interactive tutorial on the different functions of your new console. I really can't make this shit up. On top of that, instead of patching all the original games for the Switch to utilize the meat the Switch 2 is packing, they decided to charge us, in some cases, up to $10 to turn
Yeah.
a knob to bump up the resolution and market it as the definitive Switch 2 edition. Now,
They
I'm
make
not
you
a
pay
game
more.
developer, so I don't actually know if it's more involved than just fiddling with the settings to scale a game up to 1080p, but I have messed around with a lot of emulators in my time,
Yep.
where it's literally just a one-click button to make the game
It
go
is.
from looking like this to this. I'm gonna keep using that meme until it catches on, damn it. I can't imagine it would be much more difficult than that, because tons of third-party developers with games on the Switch have released patches doing exactly that. And for free, by the way.
For free too,
God
yeah.
bless indie developers, man. Hold on, wait a sec. As I was making this video, Nintendo actually did something pro-consumer without a single morsel of marketing. Actually mind-blowing, I know.
What did they
released
do?
an update for the Switch 2 that basically allows you to trick your Switch 2 into running the docked version of the Switch games in handheld mode, essentially remastering all of your Switch 1 games. It's actually insanely awesome. And I'm gonna be making a whole video on that, so if you're interested in that, please hit that subscribe button and be on the lookout. Alright, back to the video. And if that wasn't greedy enough, they've decided to release remakes of games that are almost a decade old at full price. Along
Yep.
with that, they're charging $20 each for Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green,
Which
two
is yikes.
Game Boy games that, I don't know, maybe could have been added to their retro games library full of other Game Boy games that you're already paying for as part of their online subscription service, but they did it because they know that they would make millions. And don't even
Yeah,
get me
and it's
started
always
on how
awful.
behind they are when it comes to
It's awful too. I've used it before. But I remember when I tried to play Kirby 64 on that crap. I got a soft locked multiple times because the emulation is so bad.
online gaming.
Yeah.
It is 2026. How
And
have
they got XD with no home support too. That is also true.
they not figured out how
Just like, why?
lobbies work?
Why
You're
even?
telling me that they're charging $80 for their mainly online smash hit racing game, but they couldn't figure out a way to play Knockout Tour, the biggest reason to buy this game, with your online friends? And probably the most egregious slap in the face to anyone who enjoys physically owning Nintendo products: game key cards. You know, when you go to a game store, excited to bring home a physical copy of whatever game you're getting, excited to add it to the collection and just take pride in it, only to get home and see on the box that the thing you just bought doesn't actually exist, and you just bought the idea of owning something. And you still have to download the entire game from the eShop anyway, so you start to question all of your life choices and why you took the effort to even drive all the way out to the store just to pick up what is essentially a permission slip to download the game you just went out and bought. Yeah, dude, it fucking sucks. What happened to actually owning your games? And
Yeah,
there
they're
just
pretty
really
much
hasn't
only
been
third-party
a
doing
whole
them
lot
because
of
it's
good
cheaper,
releases
yeah.
besides a small
And that place is
handful
like,
of
why
maybe
even?
Donkey Kong Bonanza or the new Pokobia game, which is genuinely a banger. Aside from that, everything they've put out has just been re-releases under the guise of a brand new Switch 2 title. And their brand new games, the Switch 2 exclusives, have just been lackluster, to say the least. I still won't forgive them for what they did to my girl Samus. They seem to be obsessed with making these giant open world games for games that have no business being giant open world games. I wonder why. Then there was the news that Nintendo can remotely brick your console if you ever decide to legally.
I don't think so. Yeah, here's a fun fact about SD Express cards. You can buy hard drives that are faster. You know, let's go on like the Seagate website. Let's go look at and no, like they're even crazier. Once they start selling dual actuator hard drives, we're gonna need SATA 4 because 6 gigabit per second SATA is not enough bandwidth. We're gonna need a new version of SATA by the time dual actuator hard drives eventually come out, because like they're going to be too fast for SATA. Like, let's say we go take an Iron Wolf Pro. Like, you'd be surprised on how fast these can be. Let's say I want a 30 terabyte drive. I thought, why aren't they listing here? I saw it before. I swear I saw the specs before. Here, I'll just look this up. This specific model number. This is a SATA drive. I know, like, these things are like... Why is it telling me the speed? I know these things are like 300 megabytes per second. I know these things like transfer at that rate. Yeah, you can't even find them in stock. The weakness is IOPS and random performance. Here's the thing though, SD Express and SD cards don't exactly have good that either. Especially with the fact that they don't have a DRAM cache and stuff. Oh, let's just see. Can I find any of the specs on them? They used to list it on their website. I don't want to download the datasheet. I know, like, they have it here. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, man. But, like, they're getting really fast for what they are. Hello, what the hell? They're like, yeah, our drive's out of stock everywhere. Thank you, AI clankers, for making everything worse. The sooner the clankers go out of business, like, the clanker companies go bankrupt and out of business, the better. Well, I guess there's a 12 gigabit SAS connector. That is true. That is a thing. Let's see if we can look this up. Yeah, this Exos drive is 285 megabytes per second. Megabytes. And this is sustained is between 272 and 285. This is sustained. Yeah. Here's the thing though, they don't need as much, but they still need a lot. So like, that's only short term, it's slightly going down, because they're gonna still want more overtime anyways. You know? But yeah. Latency is the issue with hard drives, but depending what you're doing, like, this is fine enough. Like, you'd be surprised just how usable these can be. And just don't run your operating system off of it. If you're just storing data, playing back video and stuff like that, this is plenty. Yeah, except these are not 15k RPM. These are 7200. This is at 7200 RPM. Eventually, though, they're gonna have, like, dual actuators and they can have the things running separately. So we're gonna eventually get, like, the doubling of this, which would be too fast for SATA. They're already working on it. Western Digital is, like, they're probably planning on getting that thing out sometime soon. Within, like, the next couple of years. It's part of why they ended up spinning off SanDisk and selling off SanDisk. Like, it was funny when, like, Western Digital bought a SanDisk, and now they got rid of SanDisk. They recently got rid of SanDisk. And, like, when they were doing that, they were talking about stuff they were planning on doing with hard drives. Because, to some extent, they aren't getting fast enough for things. Here's the thing though, we're able to get these speeds at 7200 RPM. When they eventually have multiple actuators to handle the read and write heads on the on these drives, and they can have them run separately and fit them in, they'll be able to speed this shit up by a lot more. So, like, for, like, bulk storage, hard drives will eventually get caught up again, but they're gonna have an extremely high base cost. But, like, because of their high base cost and what they're gonna put in them, they're just gonna have a large amount of, well, data capacity. Right? Because, like, with a hard drive, you still need to have the physical moving parts and stuff like that in them. And they're basically gonna increase the amount of stuff in them. That's part of it. But yeah. Anyways, these things are, like, faster than SD Express cards.
Back up your games and use them.
Like, the funny part though, like, it's kind of crazy. Because, like, some SSDs that you might have used, like, 15 years ago were probably slower than that Seagate hard drive. They probably were.
On an emulator, because, you know, Nintendo clearly doesn't care about game preservation. They still haven't fixed their notorious Joy-Con drift problem that's been going on since the first one released. And they're charging $80 for the replacement.
Yep.
What the heck? Yeah, hello? Oh. Really? That much? Alright, I'll tell them. $100. They're charging $100 for probably the cheapest controllers ever made. It feels like you're slapping 2 chicken nuggets on the end of a tablet. I actually think they make them prone to breaking on purpose, just so you're forced to go out and spend another $100 every few months just to play your device. And of course, their insane stance on anyone doing anything or having any quirky little ideas of using their IPs, whether that be music, images, names, sound effects, or anything really that could be even construed as property of Nintendo. And you know, to be fair, that is 100% their right as a company. I mean, they do own the titles,
yeah, I'm not
but
surprised.
they've taken that shit to the extreme, with cease and desist letters out the wazoo, lawsuits regarding patent infringements, which frankly should be abolished because that does nothing but stifle the gaming industry. And at some point, you think they'd realize that ruining their brand image is costing them more than a couple Nintendo YouTubers using Pokemon music in their YouTube videos, or some fans making completely free spin-offs in their free time. If I'm not careful, the fuck is careful? If I'm not careful, I'm gonna be next on the chopping block. But you know, it hasn't all been doom and gloom. Believe it or not, I have actually enjoyed my time with this device since it came out. And surprisingly, I don't regret buying it. As much as I know the Nintendo haters absolutely hate to hear, its sleek design and all black with a couple of accent colors really just tickle something in my adult brain and make me want to pick it up and just rub it all over my face. I've been going through somewhat of a gaming drought lately, just unable to pick up any games for longer than a few hours before inevitably getting bored and switching on the TV to watch Scrubs for the 60th time. By the way, the Scrubs reboot, if you haven't been watching it, it's great. You need to go and watch that. But you know, this device reawakened something inside of me that made me remember why I love video games in the first place. I actually just recently played through a little unknown indie game. You've probably never heard of it. It's called Hollow Knight, and I played it for the first time on this thing. I don't know how I've managed to avoid playing this absolute gem of a game for so long, but playing it on the Switch 2 was the first time in a while I've actually been obsessed with gaming in my adult life. It was only after I beat it and sunk probably around 70 hours into it, we got an announcement for an official Switch 2 patch that made it run in a higher resolution and better frame rates. So I think it might be time for me to pay a little visit to Dirtmouth and see how all my homies are doing. My wife actually has her own Nintendo Switch 2 as well, and since the release of Pokopia, we've been balls deep in exploring that insane world and falling in love with Pokemon all over again. It's been a nice bonding experience. I should have named this video "The Switch 2 Saved My Marriage." I'm sure that would have gotten more clicks. Joking aside, I really do love this thing. Even if it is tainted with some pretty gnarly accusations, I think Nintendo has been a little lost in the sauce since the success of the original Switch. And I really do hope that they can figure out a way to turn it around because I don't want Nintendo to fail. As fun as it might be.
Honestly, ironically, it might actually be the best if they do fail. Because then anyone can do anything with their shit if they do. That actually might be the best possible scenario. Because realistically speaking anyways, all the great games that you might have liked from Nintendo in the past, the people who made those games, they're not doing that shit anymore there. They're not. So it's not like you're gonna get stuff from them anyway, so you might as well hope that something happens and they go under and their IPs are just free for anyone to take and do stuff with. Because then maybe then you'll get something you actually like out of it. That would technically be the best possible scenario at this point. Either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. The type of situation there.
To grab our pitchforks and bash on them. I really do want them to be better and keep bringing us these amazing games that made us fall in love with them in the first place. And I could be eating my own ass
that
here,
is
but
true.
I think they might be.
That's the downside. They really need to keep failing to an extreme degree where they just have to lose everything. The problem is that's not gonna happen anytime soon.
Headed in the right direction. With the release and success of Donkey Schlong Bonanza and Pokopia, I'm really hoping they realize that people just want.
The thing is, Pokopia wasn't even made by them. It was licensed to someone else.
good games. If the games are good,
Yeah.
the people will show up. And with the addition of the new handheld boost mode, that essentially...
I mean, with a $500 and rising price point to get the device, the amount of people willing to deal with that hurdle or barrier of entry is extremely small. And it's getting worse. The same deal with the freaking consoles. You know, $500 is still quite a lot to ask a lot of people. And in some other countries, it's a lot worse than $500. That's for sure. It's too much of an ask. Because, like, yeah, let's say, like, right here in Canada, let's say I was to go and buy a Switch 2. That $500 console is gonna be, like, 750 Canadian, around there, 750 Canadian at this point. And then, after taxes, I would basically spend just under $900 to get one. That's a very steep ask, right? Australians, they're probably going to be spending close to 1,000 Australian dollars as well over there. I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know the exact exchange rate and everything, but when you consider that and taxes and everything, and then other countries as well, only reason why Switch 2 is doing decently okay in Japan is because it costs a lot less in Japan for their customers there. Yeah, and they got those bundles that are just a Switch 2 and a game for $20. Like, in Japan, like, here's the thing, right? If you factor for exchange rate, the people in Japan, they're paying, like, just under $300 for the Switch 2. For the region-locked, Japanese-only model. They're paying slightly under $300 after the exchange rate. But, like, everyone else is $500 or more, plus whatever other things are applied on top. It's too much of an ask. And of course, that's before exchange rate and everything too, and dealing with that. It's too much of an ask. Especially for the type of people that would be buying these things as well. It's too much. But yeah. Especially with, like, people's, like, purchasing power overall across the board going down, not up. What do you mean soon China will no longer be able to access the eShop? They already EOS'd it before that. They EOS'd it, like, last year. No, like, the eShop EOS'd in China, like, a year ago. It's just that now they're getting rid of the download function. The ability to buy from the eShop already was EOS'd last year. At the beginning of 2025, eShop in China already shut down. It's just not now they're closing down the online servers and the download servers for anyone who bought stuff. That isn't exactly news. But yeah. Also, I saw a notification, I didn't read it. Let me just double check it. Thanks for the, super sticker as well. But yeah. It's just really rough out there. Yeah, somehow for that. But that's because they kept that server up for now. You can't... No, not the Wii. You mean Wii U. The Wii U, yes. The Wii and DSi, no. But the Wii U, yes. The download server for the Wii U still works. Same with the 3DS. But not the Wii Shop channel on the Wii. And the DSi shop. Those ones are gone.
Switch 2ifies all of the original Switch games to run and look better for absolutely free. I think we might hopefully be seeing a new age of Nintendo, but only time will tell. I really hope this doesn't age like sour milk because I can't handle any more Nintendo disappointment in my life. If you've made it this far in the video, You have the privilege of being the best big hat on that hat shelf. And I hope you came away with this video
But I don't have
with
a hat.
something that makes your day just a little better. If you're hopeful that
Okay.
Nintendo finds a way to turn it around, please drop a comment. I'd love to hear your opinions on the whole situation, and
Alright, we're done with that video. Alright, let me get Do It Need Abyss booted up. I'll do it Need Abyss stuff now. Let's at least check out the new character. Damn, new patch for Do It Need Abyss, and like, only 100 viewers in the category. It's so dead. It's so dead. It's like not even funny. Why is the window opening in a weird way? I'll have to like fix it. Give me a sec. They nerfed the settings menu here in the as well. They got rid of resolution settings. It got worse. They fucking downgraded their settings menu. They freaking downgraded their settings menu for Do It Need Abyss on the title screen. It got worse. Why? I don't know, but they made it worse. Somehow it got worse. It's very annoying when it's like that. Why is performance ass too? Alright, we put DLSS back in. I should check to see which DLSS version it's running. I am curious. Give me a sec. I can open regedit to check. What version of DLSS is this? Oh wait, I would have to reopen the game to have it pop up. You guys want to see? Honestly, I should have tried to force it to use the newer version of DLSS. But yeah, I don't think it's... I think it's just using DLSS 4 instead of 4.5. I said 4.5 is actually pretty good though. Like DLSS 4.5 is like actually really nice. I'm not talking about DLSS 5, I'm talking about 4.5, Model M or L. Alright, give me a sec. Wait, it's actually using DLSS Model M. It's actually using DLSS 4.5. That's actually kind of crazy. But performance is worse than it was before. What the hell did they do? Oh, let's see. Where's the new wedge? I think it's like, under character. I think I have like a bunch of... Yeah, wait, I need to farm that. The new center feathered serpent. There's the other thing too. I need a lot of these track shifting modules. Yeah. Yeah, I know what it is, because I've been forcing it in a lot of stuff when I can. When's the new theater opening? Is that tomorrow? Wait, they put a second Yum Yum Milk in here now? Okay. So I can't even get the new character yet. Oh, there's exploration for character. And then there's this thing here. So what is the point of me even doing stuff on the PC client right now? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think that'll ever be completely solved. You know what? There's no point in me even doing shit in here. If all I'm gonna do right now is farm anyways, I should just put it back on the emulator because it's so much faster and more efficient. It's more efficient for me to just farm from the emulator. Not even bother with that. Okay, you know what? We'll just do a couple more reacts then. There's no point. I can't even do the new Mystic Maze to get the new character yet. It's not even available yet. It's not even. So, like, there's no point. We'll look at the new patch tomorrow then for Duet Night Abyss. Because it's like a waste of time. Okay. Like, I might as well just get started on farming the new wedges instead. Alright, let's do like another reactor too.
Crash Bandicoot is one of the most iconic mascots in gaming history, but even an icon can't be
Because
protected.
like I was hoping I could at least see the new character and try her out.
Revenue for Sony and selling over 50 million game copies across a massive
But
30-year
that's
franchise,
unfortunately not the
being promoted
case.
through low-quality AI artwork, microtransaction-riddled mobile games, and spin-offs made by 7 different developers. The legacy of Crash Bandicoot has been completely obliterated by bad business decisions.
Okay.
From his explosive debut in 1996 to his current status as a dormant commodity shuffled between corporate owners, Crash Bandicoot's story shows everything wrong with modern AAA game developers and publishers. This isn't just the story of the decline of one of the biggest game franchises of all time, it's a blueprint for how corporate greed in gaming can ruin the magic that makes something special in the first place. A theme that we've seen far too often on this channel. But this one, well, it's even worse than the others, so buckle up and let's talk about why Crash Bandicoot died. Picture this,
Rip
it's
Crash.
1994 and 2 ambitious developers named Andy Gavin and Jason Rubin are driving cross-country from Boston to Los Angeles in a beat-up car, dreaming of creating something that can compete with the biggest names in gaming. They just finished developing a fighting game for the 3DO called Way of the Warrior, and while it wasn't exactly a masterpiece, it had caught the attention of Universal Interactive Studios, who were looking to break into the video game business. They looked at the current crop of 2D platformers like Sonic and Donkey
That was the fan remake of Sonic 2, wasn't it?
to break into the video game business. They looked at the current
Whatever happened to this anyways?
crop of
Whatever happened to Sonic 2 HD? I remember hearing about that like 10 years ago. Did it ever go anywhere? Like, this thing has been in development hell since forever. I remember like 8 years ago. Have they not done anything in the past 8 years? The second demo was 8 years ago. What the hell? It's just dead. Activision changed the Insane Trilogy devs to toys for Bob for Crash 4, and then they did the racing, yeah, and then nothing after. Then they got bought by Big M. Well, it is what it is. I do wonder whatever happened to this project. Like, it's just been in development hell, I guess. Like, it doesn't seem like they've had any... Oh, wait, they had a demo 3.0 OST update in 2020, and then it stopped. Bruh, they haven't had an update, a project update in 5.5 years. That's crazy. Is it dead? Who knows? I think it's dead.
2D platformers like Sonic and Donkey
I think
Kong
it's
Country and asked themselves a simple question. What would happen if you took those experiences and turned them into 3D? Their answer was both crude and brilliant. They called their concept the Sonic's game because players would spend most of their
then
time looking at
Vicarious
the
Vision, who
character's
worked on the
backside
Crash
as they ran through
trilogy.
the screen.
They also
a
did the
cheeky name,
Diablo 2
that
Resurrection. They got
perfectly
sent
captured the
to
core
the
challenge.
God Mines.
How do you make a compelling
Yeah.
platformer when the camera is
And then
behind your
Bubsy comes
character
back,
instead
yeah.
of to the side, while also utilizing tight
It's
linear
weird.
level design? Their answer to this question would revolutionize gaming as we know it and define the entire development philosophy of this new game. Universal saw potential, and so did Sony, which was desperate for a mascot to rival Mario and Sonic. Universal greenlit the idea, with the game being developed by the company that Gavin and Rubin had founded nearly a decade earlier as teenagers called Naughty Dog. Sony was given global publishing and marketing rights, and Universal would be the ones to hold the rights to the name and IP. With a three-way partnership locked in place, the stage was set for a collaboration that would revolutionize platformers and introduce the world to Crash Bandicoot. What should have been a standard 2-year development cycle stretched into an 18-month
Look at that,
technical
Bubsy 40 gonna
marathon
release,
that
yeah.
began in August of 1994 and didn't reach completion until September of 1996. Working out of cramped, non-air-conditioned offices in the brutal California heat, the tiny Naughty Dog team essentially hacked the PlayStation hardware to make their vision work. They pushed Sony's console so far beyond its supposed limitations that Sony engineers were initially convinced that the game would break their system. The developers created custom programming languages, pioneered new rendering techniques, and somehow managed to get hundreds of objects on screen simultaneously when the PlayStation was supposedly incapable of such feats. By the time that the game first became functional in April of 1995, 8 months into development, they had rewritten the rules of what console gaming could achieve. It was undoubtedly an insane feat for such a small team to accomplish. Many people out there would use high-stress situations like this as an excuse to consume nicotine to release some tension, just as over 82 million others do worldwide through vaping. Inhaling toxic chemicals and substances is not the vibe in 2025, so if you want to quit, consider switching to Fume, the sponsor of today's video. Fume is the anti-vape, a simple, satisfying way to replace bad habits without inhaling anything harmful. It's an award-winning flavored air device with only natural flavoring and nothing else. It's 100% nicotine-free, has no vapor, no batteries or charging, and no nonsense. One of my best friends used Fume as a mindful way to get away from his chronic vaping habit that he had since college, and I've seen this product work firsthand. It's a way to reach for something better, something more natural to keep your hands busy and away from toxic habits that are probably wreaking havoc across your
Aspire's
life
latest
and
update for the
body.
Tomb Raider first trilogy was full of shitty upscaled costumes and none of the original devs. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Satisfying to fidget with.
I'm not.
And the flavors are actually good too.
I mean, how old are the original games anyways?
And orange vanilla. Over 500,000
know?
people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit change journey, and if you're ready to try it for yourself, now
I'm
is
not
the time.
surprised.
For a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code ROBOCAST, you'll get a free Fume topper, an awesome accessory to level up your experience. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen right now to get yours today. Now, back to the story of Crash Bandicoot, because the game was nearing completion. When Crash Bandicoot finally launched on September 9th, 1996, it wasn't just a game, it was a statement. It was Sony declaring war on Nintendo and Sega, complete with an aggressive marketing campaign.
Yeah, I've
featuring
seen
a
some
guy
of
in a
those
Crash
ads.
costume, taunting Nintendo's headquarters with a megaphone. Truly beautiful stuff. In the game, players took control of Crash, a witty and funny marsupial traversing linear levels set on Insanity Island. Anyways, the gameplay loop was quite simple and appeared to be the same as any other platformer. But beneath the surface was tight, memorable level design that rewarded precise timing and risk-taking. Each world had a distinct flavor, and all of this was tied together by the game's strong personality and charm. It was a masterpiece, and the response was extraordinary. Retailers sold out within days, and by the end of 1996, over 6 million copies had fallen off the shelves. Critics
I never
praised
played the
technical
originals.
wizardry, applauding how it pushed
I'm gonna get the
original
originals were
PlayStation to
before
run
my
full
time.
3D worlds door to door without a single slowdown. But this triumph brought unforeseen tensions. Sony demanded more iconic mascots, Universal wanted bigger returns, and Naughty Dog, still a small game development studio, yearned for creative space to innovate. Just 8 months later, Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back was released in November of 1997. This sequel transitioned from a linear structure to a more expansive hub world where Crash could explore branching paths before launching into levels. New mechanics, like the body-slamming Cortex reactor move, added depth, while crates were color-coded to telegraph upcoming challenges. And the narrative took a darker turn when compared to the first game, as Dr. Cortex kidnapped Crash's friends for his own ends. Fans embraced this deeper story and refined control, sending sales past 5 million units and setting a new standard for console sequels. And by May of 1998, Crash Bandicoot Warped pushed boundaries even further with time trials, relic hunts, and a diverse array of vehicle-based levels from jet skis to hovercrafts. Each warp room led to 5 levels plus a hidden boss stage, challenging players to master every trick. The addition of a 4-player battle mode, unlocked with cheat codes, foreshadowed Crash's later foray into kart racing. Thanks to this wealth
Yeah,
of
the Crash
content and
Team
near flawless polish,
Racing.
Warped sold over 7 million copies worldwide, solidifying Crash's status as PlayStation's premier mascot and making the original trilogy the golden standard of 3D platformers. Things seemed perfect, but, well, that wasn't the case behind the scenes. By 1999, warning signs were already appearing on the horizon. Universal Interactive's relationship with Naughty Dog had deteriorated to the point where Jason Rubin would later describe it as hostile and brutal. The developers wanted to move on to new projects and explore different genres, but Universal wanted them to keep cranking out Crash games indefinitely. The fundamental problem was structural. Universal owned the character, Sony handled publishing, and Naughty Dog did the actual development. This three-way arrangement worked fine when everyone was making money, but it created an inevitable conflict when priorities diverged. Universal saw Crash as a cash cow to be milked endlessly, Sony was satisfied as long as they had PlayStation exclusives to sell consoles, and Naughty Dog, the people who actually understood what made Crash special, were treated like hired hands rather than creative partners. After completion of Crash
that's
Team
what they
Racing
were,
in
basically.
1999, an awesome kart racing spin-off game, Naughty Dog walked away from the series entirely. The studio had fulfilled their contractual obligations and
Yeah,
wanted
both
to pursue other
Insomniac and Naughty
projects,
Dog wanted to
eventually
move to other
creating
games,
Jack
and this
Daxter
is why we
for the
got
PlayStation 2. This
Where's
should have been a
Crash and
massive red
Spyro?
flag for
Yeah.
Universal, because losing the creative team behind your
Sounds about
billion-dollar
right.
franchise is typically not a good sign. But corporate executives don't think like game developers. Instead of trying to understand what made the original game successful, Universal approached the situation like any other business problem. They'd simply hire someone else to make more Crash games. I mean, how hard could it be? After all, they owned a character, they had the previous games as templates, and there were other game development studios looking for work. And this decision is what would lead to the downfall of the entire franchise. Universal's solution was to hand the next game over to Traveller's Tales, a British studio that specialized in adapting existing properties into games. They'd worked on Sonic games for Sega and were considered competent, if not
not a
particularly
3D boss, man.
This was before the licensed LEGO games that put them on the map, so they didn't have the notable reputation that they have today. The plan seemed straightforward. Create another Crash Bandicoot game called The Wrath of Cortex for the PlayStation 2, showcase the new console's power, and continue the franchise's success. What could possibly go wrong? Traveller's Tales was given just 12 months to develop the game from scratch, a timeline that would have been challenging even for the original creators, let alone a new team trying to figure out what made Crash work. The developers originally pitched a more ambitious open-world approach to the franchise, but Universal rejected anything too different from the proven formula. The result was exactly what you'd expect from a rushed, committee-designed sequel, a competent but soulless imitation of better games. The Wrath of Cortex hit all the surface-level elements that executives thought mattered. The same running and jumping, the same crate smashing, and the same basic structure, but it missed everything that actually made the original game special. The personality was generic, the level design was uninspired, and the technical execution was problematic, with loading times so long that players joked about making sandwiches while waiting. Commercially, the Wrath of Cortex
Making
was still
sandwiches while
extremely
waiting.
successful though, selling over 7 million copies across multiple platforms. But critically, it was clear that something essential had been lost. Reviews consistently noted that while the game wasn't bad, it felt more like a hollow imitation of the classics. More importantly, it established a pattern that would plague the franchise for years. Games that looked like Crash Bandicoot, but lacked the creative spark that made the original series memorable. Recognizing that simply copying the old formula wasn't sustainable, the franchise entered a period of wild experimentation. Crash Twinsanity, released in 2004, represented Traveller's Tales' attempt to reinvent the series with a more open-world structure, darker humor, and innovative gameplay mechanics like having Crash team up with his nemesis, Dr. Cortex. On paper, Twinsanity should have been brilliant. The concept was genuinely creative, the art direction was unique, and the soundtrack was outstanding. But the execution was a disaster, plagued by the same corporate mismanagement that hurt the Wrath of Cortex. Despite having more development time than most Crash games, the team spent too much time in pre-production, constantly changing direction and adding new features without properly implementing them. The result was
The
a game
Spyro
that felt
reboot that went into
simultaneously
Skylanders was so different than the original. The game should have just been a different IP. Yeah, it should have been.
and time constraints.
And then Skylanders just died. Whatever happened to it? I remember like seeing like as a kid like a bunch of ads for the toys and the stuff like that. But like I didn't know anyone who was like ever like who actually owned the shit from it. I remember like seeing ads for it like a long time ago back during that era, but like I don't know anyone who ever owned any of the stuff. And like around that time I was like, you know, I was still in elementary school getting into high school around that time when like that stuff started to come out. And it's just like I never knew anyone that had any of that stuff. Like, and it's not like they didn't have them here, because, like, I saw them in stores. But, yeah. They even had a crossover with Spyro and Crash in the game that had 2 versions, I say.
Players couldn't skip cutscenes because doing so would crash the game. The open world elements were half-baked, the platforming sections were inconsistent,
But yeah.
and the overall experience felt more like an elaborate tech demo than a finished product. But here's what made Twinsanity's failure particularly frustrating. You could see glimpses of what the game could have been. When it worked,
Okay.
it was genuinely innovative, showcasing ideas that wouldn't become mainstream in platformers for years. The problem wasn't lack of talent or creativity, it was lack of proper
Yeah, Crash
management
Bandicoot
and
Purple and
realistic
Spyro Orange,
planning.
yep.
Meanwhile, the franchise
Damn.
was being shuffled between corporate owners like a hot potato. Universal Interactive became Vivendi Universal Interactive, which then became Vivendi Games, which eventually merged with Activision in 2008. Each
Okay.
transition brought new executives who didn't understand the franchise, new priorities that conflicted with creative vision, and new demands that had nothing to do with making good games. And then, in 2005, Radical Entertainment took control of the franchise, promising to bring Crash home and restore him to prominence. Their approach was to completely reinvent the series with Crash of the Titans, implementing a combat-heavy system where Crash could punch, kick, and jack large mutant creatures to control them. The Titans games, Crash of the Titans and its sequel, Mind Over Mutant, represented the most dramatic reinvention that the franchise had ever seen. The traditional platforming was largely abandoned in favor of beat-em-up combat. The art style was completely overhauled, giving characters more modern designs that looked nothing like their classic appearances.
Yeah, it just looks a
Even
bit off.
Crash's personality was changed, making him more aggressive and sarcastic. While the Titans games had their defenders and sold reasonably well, they alienated longtime fans who felt like they were playing completely different characters in a completely different universe. The games weren't necessarily bad, but they weren't really Crash Bandicoot games in any meaningful sense.
Okay.
They were radical entertainment games featuring characters who happened to share names with the classic franchise. More problematically, the Titans games established a precedent that would continue to haunt the franchise. The idea that Crash needed to be consistently reinvented to stay relevant. Instead of understanding what made the original games timeless, each new developer seemed convinced that the solution was to throw everything out that came before and start fresh. By 2008, the Crash Bandicoot series was already on life support. Radical Entertainment's Mind Over Mutant sold poorly and failed to recapture the platforming magic of the original Naughty Dog trilogy. With development resources redirected to other projects, Activision's enthusiasm waned and the franchise languished in limbo. No new console entries arrived for over a decade, and the character who once defined the PlayStation remained frozen in time. In an attempt to monetize nostalgia, Activision turned to mobile gaming, an ill-fated
They had
experiment
mobile
that
games?
further
What?
tarnished Crash's reputation.
I had no
Titles
idea.
Like Crash Bandicoot Nitro Kart 3D in 2010 and Crash
I had no
Bandicoot
idea
On the
these were a
Run
thing.
in 2021 slapped the familiar face on freemium mobile games chock full of predatory monetization tactics.
I didn't know these
On the Run
existed.
attracted 60 million downloads, yet it was shuttered less than 2 years later when player spending couldn't justify the upkeep.
EOS
These
rap.
mobile spin-offs ignored everything that made Crash special.
And then they did
precise
handheld
level
games for
design, tight
Spyro?
controls,
Aw.
and a sense of playful discovery, serving
I
only
had
to
no
extract
idea.
quick cash
I thought
from
they'd just
the
been
fans.
like dead for
Just when mobile
ages
support
outside
died,
of that remake that they had
Activision released a wave
recently.
of nostalgia-driven remasters. In June of 2017, the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy resurrected the first 3 games in Unreal Engine 4, launching exclusively on PlayStation 4. It restored original level
say, I never
layouts,
played
voice
those.
acting, and soundtracks, and by the end of 2018 had expanded to Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC, surpassing 10 million sales. Players applauded the visual overhaul and faithful recreation, though some criticized the lack of new content and staggered release schedule as opportunistic rather than visionary. Building on that success, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel debuted in June of 2019 on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. This fully featured remake of the 1999 kart racer added new tracks, online multiplayer, battle arenas, and extensive customization options. Monthly events, seasonal challenges, and crossover characters kept the community engaged, and Nitro Fueled sold over 4 million copies in its first year and was a really good game. And then, in October of 2020, Toys for Bob delivered Crash Bandicoot 4, It's About Time, the first entirely new console installment in 14 years. Released on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and later ported to PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and Switch, the game introduced quantum masks that manipulated time or space, branching levels, and challenging inverted paths. Critics praised its inventive mechanics and vibrant art style, and initial sales were quite strong. These remasters and reboots demonstrated that Crash could still thrive when treated with reverence, and Crash 4 proved that there was still room for smart innovation. It seemed like the series was finally turning back into something great, just like it was in the earliest days under Naughty Dog.
Alright, so then what happened?
That hope quickly faded into quiet disappointment. In October of 2022, Microsoft's
Microsoft bought
$68.7
Microsoft bought on my
acquisition
man.
of Activision
It's not
Blizzard
Microsoft, it's
swept Crash
Microsoft.
Bandicoot into Xbox's sprawling empire. Instead of fresh announcements, Microsoft simply milked the remaining money out of the recent remasters and moved on to other, more profitable projects. The Insane Trilogy continued to receive only minor technical updates, while CTR Nitro Fueled saw one last paid DLC wave before its servers were switched off, silently drawing the curtains on an online kart racer that was really cool. Following the release of Crash 4, Toys for Bob was unceremoniously reassigned to support development on Call of Duty Warzone, with several key developers, including character designer Nicholas Cole and art director Josh Nadelberg, leaving the company. And with the removal of Toys for Bob from anything Crash related, all hope for an exciting Crash Bandicoot future was officially lost. Toys for Bob finally broke free from Microsoft's umbrella in February of 2024, spinning off as an independent studio. While they've since signed a partnership deal with Xbox to develop their next project, the damage was done. The team that lovingly crafted Crash 4 had been scattered to the winds, yet
they're just stuck in the COD mines.
Priorities that valued live service revenue over creative vision. Today, Crash sits buried among dozens of Activision properties on the Xbox Store and Game Pass library, an emblem of corporate consolidation more than a living franchise. The irony is there because Sony's former flagship mascot now lives under Xbox's umbrella, yet exhibits none of the marquee treatment afforded to Microsoft's priority brands. While the remasters in Crash 4 proved that Crash can still shine when developers genuinely care, the bland release schedule, scant post-launch support, and utter lack of coherent long-term planning
This was posted 6 months ago.
have left fans convinced that Crash's spirit is effectively dead. The franchise is
Wait,
now
he has another one? It was posted 6 months ago. So there's no Spyro yet. And there's Reinx with Gex, yeah. What even is Gex? I've heard Gex mentioned a bunch of times in like a few Scott the Woz videos I've seen. But like I don't know what the hell Gex is.
Shell of its former self, another casualty of gaming's relentless corporate churn and Microsoft's endless acquisitions. There's no future prospects for more Crash games or anything else related to the
PS1
series
mascot
at all.
platformer, I say.
Story
Again, another game from way
because it's a
before my
template that's been
time.
repeated across the gaming industry
Fair
with
enough.
franchises like Spyro the Dragon, Guitar Hero, and countless others. The pattern is always the same. Creative team creates something special, corporate interests take over, original vision is gradually diluted, franchise dies, I cover it on the channel. It's a story we've seen time and time again on this channel, and one that you'll continue to see if you enjoyed this video and are willing to leave a like and subscribe for more videos like it. But what makes Crash's fall particularly tragic is how preventable it was. The original games proved that the formula worked. Fans consistently showed that they wanted more of what made those games great, not radical reinventions or mobile cash grabs. The tools and talent needed to create
He was in
worthy
Hot Shots
successors
Golf
existed,
2 as a
they just
guest
weren't
with
being
Sweet
used
Tooth and
properly.
Twisted Metal,
The crash
and then
that killed
I
Crash
say
Bandicoot wasn't a single catastrophic event.
that's
It was
such
a
an
death by
obscure
1,000 cuts,
thing
each one
to
inflicted
be
by
in it,
people
I
who cared
guess.
more
Though
about quarterly profits than preserving gaming
just a
history.
golf
And
game.
until that fundamental attitude changes with AAA game developers, we're likely to.
I mean, that's basically done. Alright, well, I think we'll do one more. There's like a lot of stuff in here though. How's this? Amazon's new head of TV requested the Mass Effect series be rewritten to appeal to non-gamers. And that means it's gonna be shit. Probably. Why is it gonna be a live-action Elden Ring film? What the fuck? Okay. Well, good luck with that. The best Pokemon trainers are arriving at the battle arena in the city of Frontier. Decide one thing who will be the champion. Okay, Pokemon champions. Alright. Here, I'll just replay it. Problem with Twitter or X links is it's stuck like this. But you couldn't have used the funnier version of linking X posts. I don't use whenever I post this stuff. I don't put the fix up X. Instead, I put the funnier one because there's a funnier one you can play to do these. Yes, they showed a Magikarp which won't be playable or usable. Probably. Because they said it's like fully evolved only, except for Pikachu. Only Mega for first season, I say. I'm not surprised. Because of Legends EA. Cool. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff still. Technically, we can keep going up further. And further up. There's a lot of stuff here. What is this new RPG maker? What the fuck? Okay. They also got a cutscene making. You got the game would have some single player story, but it has no single player. Yeah. Oh, they're just showing like all the versions of RPG Maker here, I guess. Oh, but they only showed a few versions. Oh, this is like the new one. That's loud. But yeah, it looks really nice. Yeah, they have like all these cool little lighting effects there too. Neat. Yeah, they're built in 3D for once. That's pretty cool. Surely people will take advantage of that. Yeah, there's like so many things in here. This needs to get like, they just keeps piling up on. But some of them are just like, they've been here so long that it's like not even worth looking anymore. But yeah. And it's like unfortunate that I can't mess around with the new character in DNA. I was hoping I could, but I guess that's a no. Because the thingy is not open. You know, here, we'll go look at this one. The cozy game that destroyed itself will be the last video. And then we'll end off, I guess.
Games are kind of in their flop era from straight up scams
that involve scamming
I
over
see.
42,000 backers while currently dodging multiple lawsuits.
To games loaded with NFTs.
There basically is very little mention that this is a blockchain NFT game.
And
NFT
of course,
game,
the
damn.
rampant payola.
They called me a shill.
I think it's safe to say cozy games are definitely going through it. But when the brand new life simulation game Heartopia was released a couple months ago, cozy gamers were filled with hope. Perhaps Heartopia was one of the good ones. This game was actually really hyped leading up to its release.
Oh my god, you can make food in the kitchen!
Hey, Pokemon Essentials is still only for RPG Maker XP, damn. Not the newer ones.
The cozy content creators were quick to get their bag, and they made a ton of sponsored videos for Heartopia leading up to its release.
This is Heartopia. There's something about doing chores in a cozy game that just makes me really happy.
If you want to try Heartopia out yourself, head to the link in my bio.
And the best part, it's free to play.
Deadass, how is it always the exact same people? I don't want to say their industry plans, but
I'm gonna recommend the most dog shit game.
their industry plans.
Industry
Somehow,
plans, yeah.
Heartopia even snagged a legend in the life.
That is something they said. I'm gonna recommend the most dog shit game. Damn. You tried running a VX game on your laptop and it says it needs an extension to run it. Damn.
Some space to promote their game.
Okay, you know I love building games, and there's this new one called Heartopia that I am so excited about. It's coming out soon and it looks so adorable and like it's gonna be so much fun. I feel like a lot of you will probably also be really interested in this. If you want to check it out, Heartopia is on both mobile and PC.
The latest one by Gotch is like MZ, I say. I guess, maybe. Oh, that's in a different website.
And I'll also have a link to it in my bio so you can find it there.
Wow, Lil Simsy shillin' gotcha slop. Now that's a recession indicator. The developer behind this game, XD Global, is worth over $4 billion US, so if you're wondering how they could afford to pay off all these influencers, including the Sims Queen herself, there's your answer. But anyway, last month when I made a video talking about the predatory monetization of Heartopia, I kinda knew something was off. I had a little tingling down there in the perineum region, and I knew there was definitely some smoke with this game. Little did I know that smoke was actually coming from a clan rally.
Okay.
Racism allegations, predatory monetization, AI slop, and a toxic fan base.
Oh boy.
Heartopia is giving us a masterclass on how to speedrun the death of your own game. Heartopia markets itself as a relaxing, slow life simulation where players can build and decorate houses and explore various exotic activities.
And doesn't like Hoyu have their own type of this thing coming out soon as well? Their Petit Planet thingy or whatever. They got their own version of this crap coming soon.
Like farming.
You want to play something besides a farming sim? Too fucking bad.
Okay. Based on some of the comments I got on my videos, a lot of people really seem to love this game. One person wrote, "You're missing out. Heartopia is actually good." Even this grown man came into my comments to tell me to just shut up and play Heartopia because it's amazing. And perhaps these commenters were right.
I found the...
I see. Unite's not on there because you need to register on Unity, I say. That is weird.
best comfort game you could be playing right now.
I love that collectively we're all obsessed with Heartopia.
This game is by far the coziest life sim I have ever played. I'm quite literally obsessed with this game.
In the 2 months following its release, Heartopia amassed a passionate community of players. You can find Facebook groups, subreddits, entire YouTube channels dedicated to this game. But Heartopia has also done something—
To be honest, I don't know if it's just me or whatever, I get bored with cozy games or whatever. There's like a lot of them. I just get bored out of my mind. Unless they got something crazy I can mess around with in them or something, I just get very bored with them pretty easily. It's part of why like I never bothered to like look into any of them or whatever.
that EA has been trying to do with The Sims since the 2010s, and that is be a multiplayer, cross-platform live service experience. Heartopia is available to play on Android, iOS, and Steam, so that's PC and mobile. And as I said, it's also an MMO, so you often encounter other players while you're roaming around the world, which is important to note for later. But this social component of Heartopia is something that helps foster that sense of community within the game that has appealed to so many players. Upon Heartopia's release on January 7th earlier this year, it was off to a pretty good start. The game reached #1 on the App Store in various countries, peaked at 66,000 concurrent players on Steam, and in a week or so, it had already generated 10 million downloads. But this is when the red flags started to appear. Players quickly noticed that Heartopia was using generative AI.
Heartopia began using AI-generated artwork in their in-game puzzles.
Yet oddly, on the game's Steam page, where games are required to disclose Gen AI use, there was no such disclosure. And players were certain that images like this one were AI-generated. After several complaints from the community, the developer finally admitted that it did use generative AI to create some of the art in the game, and they ended up adding a proper disclosure to the game's Steam page. But unfortunately for some people in the community, it was too little too late. Players had already flooded the Steam page and Google Play Store with negative reviews calling out the developer for their deceptive behavior. One of the top reviews on Steam says this: "There are AI generated images in this game's content and it's not disclosed on the Steam page, nor is there any statement or transparency from the developer on this. Because of the negative environment and ethical impacts generative AI has and the lack of proper labeling and transparency, I can't recommend right now." The issue here is the developer used generative AI in the game's development, and of course they knew this because they made the game, but for weeks they refused to acknowledge it. Therefore, they misled a bunch of people. They broke Steam policy. As an esteemed philosopher once said,
"When people show you who they are, believe them the first time."
I saw some people claiming that Heartopia's official trailers were made with AI as well, and I couldn't find any information that backed that up. Don't get me wrong, these official trailers—
Yeah, I'm not surprised that a lot of them are botted. It's not hard to bot a lot of these too. It's like they have various different ways they can go about doing them. I've seen some where they like literally like have boards of phones stripped down and put in these like adapter boards and shoved into like server racks, and then like there's like a machine to just control all of them at once to like do stuff like that too. I've seen stuff like that. It's crazy, but yeah.
do look very different from the actual gameplay, and we could argue that that alone is misleading, right? But one thing I do know is that they definitely used AI for some of their advertisements, such as this official Heartopia ad featuring an AI-generated video of a woman playing
I'm not
the game.
surprised. They're playing the same game? Why does their house look so good? Alright, I don't understand, but...
If I saw a game using generative AI in an advertisement like this, I would immediately be turned off. Who does this appeal to besides boomers on Facebook who post AI-generated photos of Donald Trump as Jesus?
It's getting weird.
The big picture here is that the developer was dishonest from the jump. And with live service games like this one, it's very important for studios to establish trust with the player base. and Heartopia fumbled miserably, and this fumble is reflected in the game's reviews. Heartopia currently has a mixed review on Steam and a 3.3 out of 5-star rating on the Google Play Store.
It's not just for
However, a lot
games,
of the
yeah,
more
it's for
critical
like
reviews of this
everything.
game aren't just about its use of generative AI. There's also
And then you have stuff as well with some of these ads for, like, for things that don't even exist. And it's just like, what? What even is the point?
many players who believe the game's
You can tell by the freaking tone of the voice in the freaking ad. It doesn't exactly sound natural.
monetization is extremely predatory. As I discussed in my previous video, Heartopia is a gacha game, meaning you buy premium currency and you gamble on unlocking certain items. And about those currencies, there are several. Heart diamonds, moonlight crystals, exhibition passes, pink gacha coins. These are all premium currencies that are used to pull from the game's gacha system, unlock seasonal or themed content, and obtain exclusive cosmetics through the cash shop. This is like selling feet pics, but making people pay per toe. And if that wasn't enough, the game also had—
No. It's not making them pay per toe. It's making them pay to gamble at a chance to see a toe. It's worse. If he's calling it that, making people pay per toe, nah. It's making people pay for a chance to gamble to see the toe. You should have phrased it like that if they was gonna use that as an analogy.
has a monthly subscription option in addition to all of those premium currencies. This is the capitalist final boss in video game form. They've monetized the hell out of this game, but it's Heartopia's gacha system in particular that has drawn a lot of ire from players. And this part is unbelievable to me, okay? When I was preparing for this video, I came across multiple people who have spent hundreds of dollars on Heartopia's gacha. I came across a comment from someone who spent $400 on this game. Another
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
person spent 250 euros, that's like 300 USD. A couple different people spent $200 each. Multiple others said they spent $100. This game was released 2 months ago and people have already spent hundreds of dollars on it. What the hell
Welcome
is
to
going
gacha
on?
games.
Part of the appeal of gacha games is that they often do these seasonal and limited time only events. So players feel that FOMO. They don't want to miss out on something that could go away forever. And an example of that is Heartopia recently did a My Little Pony collab. The poor bronies. They didn't stand a chance. However, what makes gacha unique is that you are essentially gambling on these items. So in Heartopia, when you buy an exhibition pass, for instance, just because you spent money on that pass does not guarantee that you're going to get the items you want. And this is what has pissed off a lot of Heartopia players. One comment I got on my video last month said this: Heartopia's gacha is extremely predatory. The pity system is a scam. They just keep giving you duplicates and it can cost over $350 to complete a building set. It's
only $350? You know what? Hey. These could be way worse. Just watch. Whenever freaking Hoya releases Petite Planet and it's gonna cost even more than this. Don't worry. The equivalent in the Hoya version that's gonna come out is gonna be even worse. Right? Oh, this is nothing. This is nothing. These things get way worse. If they're freaking out over this, they should see some of the others. If this is what they're freaking out over, it gets way worse.
It's
way,
not worth
way
even
worse.
giving them $1. They don't deserve it. Heartopia players are spending hundreds of dollars to unlock just one set of items. There's a lot of research that shows gacha players are more predisposed to gambling tendencies, and you can imagine how players get caught in these traps.
Yeah, this Dia Dulium with the character and ability gacha, you're not even guaranteed the ability of the character you want. Yeah, freaking JP gotcha right there, of course.
The sunk
Not
cost fallacy
surprised.
gets to a point where you just start telling yourself, I already spent $20. What's another 20 more? What harm is that gonna do? Maybe this time I'll actually get what I want. Except in
Hi there, well, we finished the Enfield stuff earlier in the stream. But welcome, Island Boy King.
Heartopia, it appears that you
Although
probably...
it's like at this point, it's because like I already did most of the stuff in the patch. It's mostly just been logging in to do dailies and then log off. Because like I already finished most of the stuff like at the beginning of the patch. Like what, 2? No, it was like 3.5 weeks ago.
won't.
All I can say is just enjoy your time, play through the story, don't bother rushing it. There's no point. There's no need to rush anything.
Plain
Just
I've
play
seen
through
from
the
multiple
game.
players is that the rates, meaning your chance of getting what you want, are incredibly low, like noticeably worse than a lot of other more popular gacha games. One person on Reddit said this: I did not realize at first how atrocious the rates were for this game, and now
I spent 200, though not in the banner. Yeah, I think fair experience. Yeah, I'm not surprised they're spending this much.
now that I know, I will simply never buy anything again. I'm ready and willing and happy to pay for what I want, but I'm all or nothing. And I ain't paying more than that for a game as lackluster as Heartopia. And a player on Steam went so far as to say the gacha is completely rigged. They wrote, "Such a shame that a great game is destroyed by greed and lies. It's very tempting to pay real money to get items from the shop, but be aware the gacha is rigged. It's specifically built like that to create deception and addiction."
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff at the factory you'll eventually get working with. But I would just say take your time. Don't rush it, man. Don't rush it. You got time to play. You'll burn yourself out if you try to rush it. But yeah, I mostly just do the factory stuff though.
And I fell for it. I spent money in game and it's basically theft if the gacha odds are fake. But for some players, they simply didn't care about the gacha. After all, the game itself is free and the gacha is completely optional. And by the end of February, Heartopia's developer reported that just the mobile versions of the game had generated $20 million in revenue for the company.
Surprised.
So from the developer's perspective, everything was perfect. Despite all the complaints about the generative AI use and the predatory gacha, people were still more than happy to play the game and spend money on it. But then, well,
Heartopia just fucked up big time.
So I will officially be leaving the Heartopia community as well as no longer streaming the game.
I don't think I can support the game any further.
Goodbye, Heartopia, for good.
I will no longer be playing Heartopia.
On March 4th, a quest was added to Heartopia that involved giving a mushroom to an NPC, one of the only POC characters in the game, and upon consuming that mushroom, this NPC proceeds to hop around like a monkey and make monkey noises.
Okay.
Something about that didn't sit right with me.
Okay.
When news of this cutscene spread across
1.5 girl caught drama. I mean, that wasn't why I dropped Infinity Nikki. For me, it was just too tedious to keep logging in to do the freaking stuff every day. And I was like waiting forever for stuff to happen. And then it just took too long that I'm like, at this point I'm just done. But yeah.
The Heartopia community,
And then
it
I just
caused an uproar,
stopped
and that's
and I
putting it lightly.
uninstalled.
Now, if you're not informed about why this is problematic, friend of the channel Simsiga explained it perfectly in her video.
The comparison of us to literal animals has been the justification for many atrocious acts. It's the reason white institutions successfully push the narrative that black people didn't deserve or even want to be freed from slavery. The history of comparing black people to monkeys is gross and unsettling.
Okay, but I mean, it is funny.
So to see
this thing is funny.
Character with brown skin mimic the sounds and movements of one, no matter the context, is insensitive at best and
I
actively
see.
oppressive at worst. Even if it was meant to be a joke, it's not funny. It's tired, unoriginal, and boring, just like their game. You know, after centuries of racism, you really think these people would come up with something more creative.
I mean, hey, it is funny when they themselves admit what the game is. But only after they've made money off of it.
No?
This was a highly inappropriate and tone-deaf thing to include in the game. People immediately saw this cutscene and were like, what the fuck were they thinking? The backlash was so severe that several content creators who'd been playing and covering Heartopia announced that they would no longer be posting videos about the game. YouTubers Tanny Games, Minz Meadow, Nina Gabriella, Bobby Mack, and Yans all stated that they were stepping away from Heartopia, as did another creator named Let's Play K, who's actually where I learned about this whole debacle because I saw a post she had made about this cutscene on YouTube.
It's so disappointing because it's just like so unnecessary, but I'm so uncomfortable and I'm so over being the butt end of everybody's jokes.
The consequences of this have been severe. If you take a look at Heartopia's player count, the day this whole drama occurred, there was a noticeable drop in players, and the player count has been declining ever since. Content creators aren't playing it, they're losing players. This is a disaster for the developer. And here's what I don't understand. This is a $4 billion company, and this questline was likely seen by dozens of people at the studio before it was even added to the game, and you're telling me no one had the sense to stop and say, are we sure this is a good idea? This is negligent.
They're talking about a different game. In my streams, I do all sorts of things at once, so they move between different categories. The Enfield stuff, again, that was done 2 hours ago. I finished with the Enfield stuff like 2 hours ago or whatever. Right, we're just doing reacts right now. And they're talking about a different game. This is not Enfield. This is, they're talking about Heartopia here.
On the developer's part, it's inexcusable that they allowed this quest to be implemented into the game. But as we know,
I mean, if they changed the quest to have more NPCs consuming those mushrooms to do the same thing, people probably wouldn't freak out over it if it was more than one guy.
a lot of these cozy game communities are rife with toxic positivity. And as soon as this whole thing came to light, of course, there were the dick riders coming to the developers' defense. For instance, there were some people who claimed that there was no way for the developer to know that this scene was overtly racist because the developers are Chinese.
Yeah.
What? First of all, we live in the information age, bruh. We all have access to the internet. It doesn't matter if this character is black.
Yeah, they don't know about the Great Firewall of China, do they?
Or South Asian. We're all aware that racism and colorism exist. And there's no excuse to be this ignorant. And secondly, even if...
I mean, hey, if they're in China... technically speaking, they shouldn't know. If they want to make sure they got their good social credit points. That's not Zootopia, it's Heartopia they're talking about. But, you know, technically speaking, because of those social credit points, they shouldn't know.
This is a Chinese developer. They're marketing this game to a global audience, and they have to do their due diligence to ensure that the content within the game isn't offensive to entire groups of people. That is their fundamental responsibility. It is shocking to me that Heartopia players were going around saying, they're not racist, funny. They're just Chinese. Are we okay in the head? Genuinely. No. I've noticed there is a certain population of usually white people who for some reason believe it is impossible for non-white people to be racist or discriminatory against other non-white people. For instance, they think Asians can't be racist against black people. I've seen this type of discourse so much on social media, and this is not true. To give you some insight, I live in South Korea, and I have heard a multitude of stories where black individuals or even Southeast Asian people have said they were mistreated mistreated or discriminated against by Koreans due to their skin color. To be clear, I'm not saying all Koreans are racist, of course they're not, but my point is just because they're Asian or not white doesn't mean they're not capable of being racist. Someone on TikTok said, the weirdest thing to me is people trying to defend it because it's made by devs in China. That doesn't excuse racism. Exactly, and it doesn't matter if this was done intentionally and with malice or out of sheer ignorance. The damage is done either way. These excuses I'm hearing in this whole situation kind of reminds me of something that happened with another life simulation game called
what happened
EnVtuber.
here?
That game is made by Krafton, a Korean company, and when
Yep.
they released the game in early access, all the NPCs were coded as straight. That was done on purpose. There's no way you can code all your characters as straight on accident. But when this happened, some EnVtuber players immediately jumped to the developer's defense and they said, well, they're Korean and gays aren't really accepted there, so they didn't know any better. Whether the developer is Chinese or Korean or from Timbuktu, it doesn't matter. There are gay people in Korea and black people in China, and unless you live in a fucking cave, there is no excuse to be this ignorant. These multi-billion-dollar companies have the resources to do their research, or heck, even pay a diverse group of people to playtest their games so they can make sure they catch these things and avoid the damage it's doing to their game's reputation. When this happened, Heartopia's developer released a statement on Discord about this whole cutscene where they said this: "It has come to our attention that certain players have raised concerns and criticisms regarding the conduct of Kapil, an in-game non-player character, following an incident in which he inadvertently consumed a poison mushroom in Heartopia. The initial intent behind Kapil's reaction was to accurately depict the symptoms of dizziness and loss of bodily control resulting from poisoning. We have since promptly removed the action. We sincerely apologize to anyone who may have felt offended." Fuck.
Yeah, racism doesn't know race is defined by... Okay. It's one person discriminating another. Yep, pretty much.
Her. When people show you who they are, believe them the first time.
This has to be one of the worst apologies I've ever seen from a game studio. "We're sorry you're offended" is not an apology. They did not acknowledge the racist connotations of this scene or explain why it's problematic, and they did not apologize directly to the people who were most offended by this scene, the Heartopia players who were people of color. They deserved a genuine, heartfelt apology, not this vague statement tiptoeing around the entire issue. We wanted to accurately depict the symptoms of dizziness and loss of bodily control resulting from poisoning? Since when does poison make you act like a monkey? And as far as I'm aware, they didn't post this apology anywhere other than Discord. If they were truly sorry about this, wouldn't they want as many people as possible to see their apology? Wouldn't they post this across all of their social media? It appears to me like they're trying to mitigate the damage they did, while also trying to prevent anyone new from learning about this. This situation has done real damage to the game. Someone made a post on Reddit calling Heartopia the worst cozy game ever created in recent times. Cozy content creator Minsmeadow posted on Twitter saying, quote, "This game continues to make wrong decision after wrong decision, and this one really was my last straw." Not to mention, think about all those content creators who got sponsored by Heartopia. They are now associated with a racist game, and their videos promoting the game are still up. I checked. These are dedicated advertisements for Heartopia, encouraging people to play it. Imagine getting paid thousands of dollars to promote a game that is now associated with racism. But here's something that really pisses me off. Just a couple days ago, I saw a cozy YouTuber post a video not only promoting Heartopia, but also unboxing a PR package the developer sent her.
So Heartopia was kind enough to send this entire package out.
Not a single mention of the racism controversy, no explanation as to why she's not only covering the game, but actively working with the developer. The video has hashtag Heartopia partner with a link to download the game in the description.
it is an ad.
How fucking tone.
If it's marked with an ad, I understand, because it's an ad. That's kind of what happens. But yeah. You don't recall dizziness acting like a monkey. Dizziness is trying to walk in a white line and then you're losing your balance, yeah? You gotta get the bag, I understand. But I'm assuming it's like flagged as an ad there. Like in that video. If it is, then it's just like, yeah, it's an ad. They're not gonna talk about stuff in an ad, like be real. That's kind of dumb. You're just gonna do whatever the instructions they give you, the guidelines or whatever. And that's kind of it. I mean, there is a massive difference if you spend money or not, depending on how you spend it. They're always designed in ways to make things way easier on you if you spend money. And the experience if you don't, it can be a lot more miserable.
Def, could you be? This creator already did several sponsored videos for the game prior to the controversy, but to do that now, this is exactly why cozy content creators ain't shit. And again, I'm not throwing all of them under the bus. I have to give props to the ones who said I'm done.
Yeah, just like those Sims 4 CCs that said they will stop buying new expansion packs. Expansions or packs, and the next thing to do is take an ad. Yeah.
Covering this game, but here we have a
It is
large
what it is.
content
Money is
creator
money.
with 800,000 subscribers pretending like nothing ever happened. This is not a cute and cozy look, I will tell you that. To make
I mean, if it's an ad, it's an ad. Of course it's gonna be like that. Like, realistically speaking, if you're posting sponsored content, there's going to be rules on what you can and can't do.
matters even worse, after this incident occurred, Heartopia's Discord mods went full dictator mode. I found multiple comments online from people saying that the mods were banning and muting players who spoke up about the racist cutscene. Someone on Reddit wrote, if it was such a mistake, why are they silencing everyone who spoke up about it in their Discord group? They even banned people who threw in a ticket in the game regarding the questline. They silenced anyone and everyone that would bring up the situation. Another content creator who had previously made several videos about Heartopia wrote on Twitter, as of right now, my form of entertainment is eating lunch while watching the Heartopia Discord mods and developers delete any message coming in asking for accountability on their racist cutscene. On TikTok, I watched several videos about this whole situation.
Play Trackmania for racist game.
And I saw several comments from players saying it's not that deep.
True.
But my question is, if it's not that deep, then why is the developer actively trying to silence anyone who speaks up about this? At this point, I can't help but wonder if it is some of these Heartopia players themselves who are enabling the developer to get away with this. Remember how I said Heartopia is an MMO? Well, after this whole cutscene drama, several people reported seeing other players who were seemingly cosplaying as slaves in the game.
This game already has enough racism within the game, from other players wearing blackface, dressing up as a demeaning caricature, and imitating working in the fields, among many other things. It's just not a safe game, and the devs seem...
I mean, people are gonna people, and there's gonna be unhinged people doing unhinged things. But it is funny in its own way.
To not care.
I found a video from February 2nd, 1 month before any of this even
Like,
happened.
you give people all the tools to do whatever, someone's gonna do something with it. It doesn't matter, just look at Roblox, exactly. You know, people were doing that shit in Roblox 20 plus years ago even. If you can imagine that. Yeah, Roblox has been around for over 20 years now. It's crazy, I know.
Happened where a Heartopia player was talking about the racist behavior they were witnessing in the game.
They decided to call these characters slaves. This is what's going on in Heartopia, and I don't know what can be done to stop it. If you see it, maybe...
I mean, the reality is people are gonna do whatever they want here. If they want to do this shit, people are gonna do it if they can do it. It is what it is. Unfortunately, the downside of being able to do things freely means other people can do whatever they want freely too. So, that's something you just have to accept. But I guess they can't.
Maybe report it. It's supposed to be a cozy, fun game for everyone. There's children that are playing on here, and why does this have to be a thing?
In my eyes, all of this is not a coincidence. The smoke was always there, and now it's a wildfire. Player behavior is one thing, but to me, it's the developers themselves and how they responded to feedback from the community that I just don't get. They didn't just fumble once or twice, but multiple times in the span of just 2 months. How incompetent could you be? Combine their behavior with the Discord bans and the toxic positivity and the weird behavior from some of the fans, and it really makes you wonder, what exactly is supposed to be cozy about this game? Heartopia will forever be tainted by this whole ordeal. It will always be known as the racist cozy game. But hey, at least it doesn't contain AI slop or predatory monetization. Well,
Oh, wait.
okay, now you're sounding never mind.
Okay. Well, there we go. With that said, I think we'll just end it off here for now. So, we'll try to do more stuff tomorrow and then on the thing. But yeah. I guess this is a good place to end it off here for now though, yep. As usual though guys, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time, and you guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.